Get vaccinated.
Dime qué tú quieres, papi. ¿Quieres que lo mueva para ti? Mueve, mueve. ¿Te gusta cuando me muevo así? Así. Mueve, muevo, mueve.
Hey, you, we up in the place. We up in the place. We up in the place. Hey, you, make your body shake. Make your body shake. Make your body shake. Hey, you, we up in the place. We up in the place. We up in the place. Hey, you, make your body shake. Make your body shake. Make your body shake. Hop, hop, jump, skip up on the floor. If they didn't know, then we gon' let them know. Drop low, giving them a show. We gon' give them something that they never seen before. Hop, scotch, 784. Bouncing on the beat while keeping the flow. Stop, watch, freeze and go. Cock-a-doodle-doo is what you eating off the floor. Pop, lock, do it by yourself. You know you the best, you don't need nobody else. Rock, hip, toast to success. You was born a winner, so you never nothing less. Hey, you, we up in the place. We up in the place. We up in the place. Hey, you, make your body shake. Make your body shake. Make your body shake. Hey, you, we up in the place. We up in the place. We up in the place. Hey, you, make your body shake. Make your body shake. Make your body shake. Bow, bow, rock, rock, shake, shake, wiggle, wiggle, wiggle,
Dime qué tú quieres, papi.
bow, bow, rock, rock, shake, shake, wiggle, wiggle,
¿Quieres
wiggle,
que lo mueva para ti?
bow, bow, rock, rock, shake, shake, wiggle, wiggle,
¿Te
wiggle,
gusta cuando me muevo así? Así.
bow, bow, rock, rock, shake, shake, wiggle, wiggle. When we come through, make you move just a little. Clap, snap, do it from the hip. You can do this whether you stand or sit. Pump, fist, do it with your wrist. Pump it back and forth like you're trying to catch a fish. Hip, twist, do a finger kiss. Rocking back and forth as you make your body shift. Top, tick, do it like you sick. 2 + 4 is 6, and that's a ripper dick. Top, 6, we gon' let it rip. We got your attention and we not gon' let it slip. So hands up, move your head and know what's up. Now it's shoulders rolling while you showing them your stuff. Hey, you, we up in the place. We up in the place. We up in the place. Hey, you, make your body shake. Make your body shake. Make your body shake. Hey, you, we up in the place. We up in the place. We up in the place. Hey, you, make your body shake. Make your body shake. Make your body shake. Bow, bow, rock, rock, shake, shake, wiggle, wiggle,
Dime
wiggle.
qué tú quieres, papi.
Bow, bow, rock, rock, shake, shake, wiggle, wiggle,
¿Quieres
wiggle.
que lo mueva para ti?
Bow, bow, rock, rock, shake, shake, wiggle,
¿Te
wiggle,
gusta
wiggle.
cuando me muevo así? Así.
Bow, bow, rock, rock, shake, shake, wiggle, wiggle. When we come through, make you move just a little, 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 just a little.
Hey, how y'all doing? A little bit discombobulated at the moment. Let me get myself together. What's up with my green screen? Maybe should have picked a different one. Y'all know what? I'm gonna change this. Let me look at it right quick. Give me a moment. Boom. I like this better. I think I used this already, but it's kind of dark. How's it look? Let me see. No, I don't like that. I'm sorry, y'all. Give me a second. Technical difficulties. Oh, that looks better. We'll go with that. And I can adjust the lights. I think that looks better. What y'all think? So I'm supposed to have some people. I would do a quick fucking intro. I need to finish getting myself together. I'm gonna make some tea and shit. I'm gonna play this crazy ass video that I played in the last video. I know ain't nobody watching right now anyway, so boom, I'm gonna play this.
Today we celebrate the first glorious anniversary of the information purification directives we have created for the first time in all history. A garden of pure ideology where each worker may bloom, secure from the pests of being contradictory thoughts. Our unification of thoughts is more powerful a weapon than any fleet or army on earth. We are one people.
And so today, we're introducing iPhone 4th generation iPhone. Now, stop me if you've already seen this.
Yeah. I'm back. I'm almost got myself together now. Okay, so today we're gonna talk about here. Let me look at this. We're gonna talk about Moors. We're gonna talk about different kinds of Moors. People think that the Moors are all just one group, one homogeneous, I can't think of the right word, one group, but it's not. It was more complicated with that than that. And also a little bit about how the Moors conquered Europe and all that stuff. Because I know people love that subject. Y'all know the subjects I pick are always triggering subjects. I still don't like the green screen right now. It's freaking bothering me. Anyways, we're going to talk about how I think we're going to talk about Haiti a little bit more, and we're going to talk about slave revolts in the United States and how they, the thing is like how that manipulated history and so forth and so on, and how we always, history kind of avoids that subject and doesn't really like give it justice. Let me see what this looks like. I'm gonna go with this. I don't know. I think it's, what the hell? Let me look at this some more. Green screen. Can I fuck with that little button? Where's that button? But if I fuck with this, I can't see what it's doing. I ain't fucking with that too much because it's gonna make me look all weird. Okay, yeah, so we're gonna talk about that. Those things I said. We're gonna talk about the Congo, drama going on in the Congo. We're gonna talk about protests in El Salvador. We're gonna talk about the homeless in Texas. That's one of my favorite subjects. What else? I think that's all I have. And I'm gonna make some adjustments as we go. I'll probably show some YouTube history and stuff like that. Or I might scroll my Instagram. But that's what we got going right for today. And Pat, Curtis, and hopefully we'll have both. A few people I want to have on today. They said they would get on. Hopefully they will. So we'll see about that. They might be waiting for me to send links. What am I going to do? I'm going to start with a random video about the Congo. I think we're going to start there. Kind of all over the place. I just got off of work, y'all. So I came home and pretty much changed clothes and like sat down for a moment, and then I started doing my show. So that's why I'm a little discombobulated. Because where's the other one? Yeah, let's do this.
Kizinkiko Joseph and his family have been in this camp for displaced people in Bunia in Ituri province since May. Their village is at the border with Beni territory in neighboring North Kivu. It's where one of the most feared armed groups called Allied Democratic Forces or ADF has been attacking villages.
ADF have been fighting with government forces. The troops retreated, then the rebels started attacking us, so we also fled.
The government declared a state of emergency in May, effectively placing Ituri and North Kivu under military rule to counter the rebels. But it has been a struggle. Since we've been here, a convoy of civilian vehicles escorted by the army was ambushed by ADF. Several people were killed and others are missing. Dozens of vehicles were burned and the military escorts have now been suspended. A village was also attacked and about 30 people killed.
This camp was set up 2 years ago, but it is increasingly receiving more and more people from areas that were not previously caught up in the conflict. It is one of many IDP camps scattered across this province, hosting thousands of IDPs who continue to flee from this conflict.
The new presence of ADF in some parts of Ituri further complicates an ethnic-fueled conflict that's gone on for decades, mainly between Lendu farmers and Hema herders. More than 1,000 people, mostly Hemas, have been killed since 2017 and close to 2 million people displaced.
The total needs for the DRC were estimated at $1.98 billion, which is nearly $2 billion. To aid 16 million people as the most vulnerable. The most vulnerable areas of the country are Ituri, North Kivu, South Kivu, and the north of northern Tanganyika. These areas where there's so much displacement require special attention. And unfortunately, at the moment this year, we are only 30% funded of our humanitarian response plan.
Government forces are pushing rebels out of some areas and people are beginning to return. In this village of Nyakunde, those who've come back are receiving essential supplies to restart their lives. Melchon Zanamuzi and his wife Chantal say they fled during fighting between troops and a militia group.
We did not find anything in our homes when we returned. We are starting our lives over. Everything was looted.
Military victories like this one in Nyakunde are boosting the morale of soldiers as well as the confidence of those they are here to protect. But some here say the successes are too few and quite far apart. Catherine Soy, Al Jazeera, Ituri province.
Yeah, so I know it seems like a lot of people don't care about what's going on in the world, but like I always say, it matters, it matters, it matters. It matters, it matters, it matters. You know, it matters. Anyways, the Democratic Republic of the Congo, that's what we're talking about. And a lot of people get confused with that too. So Democratic Republic of Congo, that's why they say DR Congo. And it is confusing because there's a Congo too. And then it's like in the same area. And then it's like, it has to do with Belgium and colonizing and then deciding on the name and, all of that shit with the borders and bullshit. So anyways, the point of it is the video is talking about rebels coming through people with guns basically coming through doing whatever they want to do and then running off the people because they don't have like it's not the same as over here as far as like with the military. And these towns a lot of times are in the middle of nowhere, so by the time people know what happened or what's happening, the guerrillas or whatever, the guys with the guns are gone. So it is really, really, really sad. That's the shit that I'll be talking about, because like in Nigeria, the people who be robbing this, taking girls from the schools and stuff, like that's a real thing. It's because, like I say, those people come with the guns and they just come. Like if your school, if some people showed up, what's up, Pat?
What's up, man?
And I was saying, if some people showed up at your kid's school with a bunch of guns and they just told all the girls to come with me, like who's gonna stop them? I was talking about the DR Congo and Nigeria and all of that. The unrest. Basically explaining that like people think that it's simple or like why is this happening, but they don't understand that a lot of these places are remote. They're kind of rural areas. They do have police, they do have military, but the areas are really rural, kind of in the middle of nowhere. So those guys with the guns, they show up.
It's not a lot of cops, if they are, and then the likelihood of who they're connected to, and like it's a lot of crazy stuff to deal with once you get into those types of situations. That like they go full with them because they know that they're vulnerable, and nobody's there to really step up for them and really fight. So
and then people think like, how does this happen? It's like there was nobody there to protect them. By the time people know what happened, like the people are gone. Those guys with the guns, they're gone with the girls, and they're going to the middle of nowhere in the rural area. Don't know where they are.
Yep.
Super sad. And I just be showing stuff like that just so people can become more aware of what's going on in the world. I got another video so you can acclimate a little bit more. Another DR Congo video. Check it out.
These government soldiers in Irumu territory in Ituri province have recently taken control of the town of Mboga. This follows a series of attacks said to have been carried out by the Allied Democratic Forces, or ADF, an armed group mostly based in neighboring North Kivu province. The ADF's entry into Ituri is terrifying those who live in border areas, and it's complicating a conflict mainly between Lendu farmers and Hema herders that's gone on for 20 years. People in Boga accuse a rival community of supporting the ADF. Some who fled attacks have started coming back home. But to a harsh reality, retreating militia members have planted landmines. Kiazimpa Komwe shows us where he buried his 3 children. They were 14, 12 and 9, killed by a landmine as they went to harvest corn.
This problem of landmines is very serious. The enemy planted them along the way to our farms. How are we then expected to till our land?
At the height of the fighting in May, businesses, homes and vehicles were set on fire.
This was a bar and a home that belongs to one of the youth leaders in this area. He was burned here, the house torched, his wife and 7 kids kidnapped. They were later released. It appeared very much to be a targeted attack, like many others in this area.
The government declared a state of siege in Ituri and North Kivu provinces in May, placing them under military rule to contain the rebels. The state of emergency is a fast to be invoked in the Democratic Republic of Congo. But while some areas have been secured, fighting has continued in other parts, displacing thousands of people. Ituri's new governor, a general in the army, says it's making good progress.
Our people want quick results. This is a conflict that started more than 20 years ago with no solution. We cannot solve it in 4 months, but we will not take another 20 years to bring peace.
The army has often been accused of being undisciplined and corrupt. An investigation is underway into how $30 million meant for security operations have disappeared. We put this question to the governor.
Those who have stolen money from the army and from soldiers on the front line are in custody and will have their day in court.
Military commanders we've spoken to say they need time to end the violence, but those who've suffered for many years tell us they're tired of waiting and want peace now. Catherine Soy, Al Jazeera, Ituri Province.
What'd you think about all that?
Man, it's crazy, bro. And that's like what they're saying at the end. That's a lot of times has a lot to do with this, like the funding that they have for the protection. And okay, I guess the troops or the guys that's there, I'm assuming they're not from the area, because I mean either way they should know that this area needs to be taken care of either way. But that money.
And you heard what they said. What, I don't know how much it was, 30 million or 30,000, whatever.
Million.
Money got 30 billion that went missing.
No, million.
30 million went missing, and that's so common.
Oh yeah,
So
especially those. I mean, really, honestly, I mean, it happens all over the world. It's just that certain numbers of money, because 30 million for a government, I mean, really is not a lot. You know what I'm saying? That's, somewhat some chump change. I mean, for I guess you could say for military operation, and that's nothing. So I mean,
yeah.
And then for it to get stolen, which is, of course, something, from the heads of state, and just like here, that's, another white collar crime that gets pushed under the rug.
Yeah, that doesn't get the cops don't even investigate this stuff. Like, because they probably know where the money went or who stole it, and they don't want to go down there, bro.
They know exactly what happened to it, and that maybe they got a portion of it to shut the hell up.
How's it going, Bossa Nova? What's up?
Hey, what's up? What's up, Chaka? It's Bo.
Oh, that's Bo. What's up, Bo?
Yeah, what's up, man?
What's up, Bo?
Right.
Hey, what's up, dude?
Not a whole bunch, man.
Did you catch any of the stuff we were talking about just now?
No, I just came in and it was kind of choppy. I'm walking home from Outback. If the sound quality's bad, just let me know. I might hear cars and shit.
Yeah, we was talking.
Nah, you actually sound pretty good.
Okay, yeah.
Until all the traffic fucking comes, yeah.
Yeah, right now you sound good, bro.
Okay, all right, cool.
Yeah, just talking about like corruption.
What's new?
Yeah, we're talking about corruption basically around the world, money going missing. You know about the video that really struck me, Pat, was the part where like the father who his kids got blown up from a mine. Like, how the hell do you protect yourself from that?
I don't know, but he seemed really calm. That's the part that I mean, I don't know how long ago this happened and he's been able to deal with it, but I'm not all right.
Where was that at?
No, I wouldn't be all right either. They probably gonna have to kill me. They probably got to kill me because I'm finna turn into an extremist. I'm finna put some dynamite, strap it to my chest. I'm finna give me an AR-15 because I know you can find it over there somewhere. And then I'm finna, I don't care. I'm gonna find out who the fuck had anything to do with burying these goddamn mines around my fucking house. And somebody gotta die, bro, before I go. Somebody gotta die.
In the middle of their farm.
Yeah.
Where was that at?
This was in the DR Congo.
Yeah.
Where? Oh, the Congo? Oh shit.
Yeah.
The Democratic Republic of Congo.
Man, those mines could have been there for who knows how long.
No.
Nah. This was
this is something that they were forming on. And
okay.
like they had some area that they had tilled up, and they knew that they would be back there. So they planted those mines there, and then his son ended up.
Damn, how old was the kid?
I don't know. I don't know if they said his age. Yeah, I don't know if they said his age.
It was like.
And you said the father was strangely calm throughout the aftermath or something?
Yeah.
Well,
they're so desensitized, man.
And maybe that's the case, because I mean, this is something that they said that they've been back and forth
dealing with
this war for 20 years.
Man.
Right. So that's what I think it is, Pat. I think the reason why he was calm is because they just been dealing with this shit for so long.
Yeah.
He was probably lucky to still have his sons at the time. You know, he just, you know.
It's because the war is it's like a kind of like a it's not really a civil war. It's the guerrillas and the
Right. It's like a militant versus corruption type thing.
I wouldn't even say that because it's the corruption is just one part. Is like another part. Like the government is corrupt, right? But then you have these militias. Militias is a good way to call it because they're just regular people who ended up with guns and then they form gangs. And basically,
right, and they recruit the young guys and stuff.
And they usually start up trying to protect the people, but then, I guess once they realize that, what it takes to keep moving is what, I don't know. I mean, it's one of those funny things how you're trying to, you want to do good, but then in order for you to keep doing whatever you
got to do some bad stuff. And the psychology is so fucked. And I'm sure they're so fucked mentally, And but then like you have to survive. So the thing is, when it's like that, cause like times of war, right? You take what you need. You're the one with the guns. So whatever you need, whatever you want, you just take that shit. And that becomes a way of life.
Yeah. Are these the rogues? Are the rebels? Are they like? Is the ultimate goal? Is it to perform like a coup and then replace the leader with someone else?
Like Pat was saying, it all depends on. I mean, at the beginning, it'll be maybe something like that, but it just doesn't. After time goes on, it doesn't. It just ends up being bands of groups with guns, and then these groups fight against each other too.
Yeah,
they're not necessarily cool with each other.
Well,
right.
I think another thing too is that we don't have a full story of everything that I mean they're reporting a point of view, but I got questions already. You know what I'm saying? Like, why did they choose his farm to put a mine on?
And that's what they were saying in the video. They said these look like personal attacks. So you're right. There's definitely more to that story. Like, what the hell did he do for somebody to want to fucking plant some damn mines around his fucking farm?
Because I mean, it was probably meant for him.
Maybe. Damn, mines are so cold, they're still digging up mines from like World War II and shit, and fucking Vietnam and the Korean War and all that shit.
Cambodia is full of them. And they have special trained rats that sniff out these mines. There's like a certain rat that is like found like 50 or more mines from Vietnam era shit and Khmer Rouge era shit. Like,
that's some scary shit to randomly step on a mine left over from fucking Vietnam.
Yeah, people in Cambodia are like dying on the regular for these mines. I mean, it's finally getting to where I think they got most of them, but it's been a whole. There's a bunch of like philanthropical organizations for like finding these mines and whatnot.
Yeah, because
like you said,
the
U.S.
stepping on it is no problem. It's when you come off of it,
moving your foot.
Yeah.
And the U.S. should pay for that shit. Whoever buried the mine should have to pay for finding them shits and cleaning that shit up. Because after the war is over, because what happens is they do this every time a war happens, and then they bury all these fucking mines. And I guess it's okay for during war, but then war is over. They've been buried all these mines. The war is over, and these mines are still there.
Just like the Olympics.
They should have to go back and dig that shit up and clean that shit up. Whoever the fuck buried that shit.
They leave behind all those ramps and shit.
And it's very seldom. I mean, because in most cases, when especially America, but I think in most cases, once the war is over, that there's an effort to go in and clean up doing some rebuilding and all this and
They
that.
they always do the rebuilding. They do a certain amount of that. They always do. It's because it's political, right? So they have to look like, they give a fuck. But they
Yeah.
don't clearly, from what Bo is saying, clearly they don't go back and clean up the fucking mines. The ones
Well,
that's in the ones that's in
I'm pretty sure.
Cambodia, that was us, right?
No, that was the USSR, I believe,
Oh,
and the Viet Cong.
okay.
Yeah,
No,
but I
I
mean,
mean, who
I'm sure
buried
we're
them?
responsible for some of it. I'm sure
Yeah,
I'm pretty sure those are the USSR mines and the Viet Cong's mines. But I'm sure there's a flip side of the coin. There's somewhere there's got to be American mines too. You know?
yeah,
Yeah.
because that's what I'm saying. Viet Cong mines, but the Cambodia, I don't know, bro, because that don't sound right to me because that sounds like a lie because the Viet Cong, why would they put mines in their own like area? You know what I'm saying?
No,
Because they were.
they
Yeah,
go ahead.
go ahead.
You can.
I was just
I
saying
was,
that like they're fighting the North Vietnamese. You know, like because not all
they,
Vietnamese people were fighting. You know, we had half the Vietnam was on our side, and it might not even be the Vietnam War. It could be Khmer Rouge, and I don't remember what the Khmer Rouge if that was part of Vietnam or what. But Cambodia had a bad leader that was like real bad. You know, like real bad back in the 70s.
That still
yeah,
sounds
but
fishy to me because I know that the United States was fighting with the North and they were like, we're trying to free all of Vietnam, and the South was like not with it. And the Viet Cong
Yeah, no,
it was in the North. The Viet Cong was in the North and the South. That's what I know for sure. So why would
well,
they,
yeah, 'cause
risk blowing themselves up?
it was like the Korean War. You know, we were fighting on one half with half, but the other half was fighting not their home turf, you know, on the other people's turf. And I'm pretty sure, like, so yeah, North Vietnamese was America's allies. I'm pretty sure we were fighting in North Vietnam against the South Vietnamese and backed by the USSR.
That's all true, but what I'm saying is the Viet Cong was in the North and the South, and they also had sympathizers in the North. Not all the North. A lot of Vietnamese people didn't want the United States over there at all. That's part of the reason why they couldn't win that war. They didn't know who the enemies were.
Huh. Yeah. I know the name for white people in Vietnamese is Soviet, which has to mean something.
Soviet.
Well,
Yeah.
the Russians weren't. They were fighting. That was kind of a proxy war too, also between the United
Absolutely,
States
yeah.
and Russia, because it was the communism versus capitalism, or however you want to call it, democracy
Absolutely.
versus socialism, or however you want to say it.
So to
It was
say,
capitalism
because I mean,
versus communism, yeah.
well, the main thing, I mean, because we can't even get caught up in that because we've been propagandized for forever. I mean, especially during those times because they're telling us one thing as far as the media in order to, because I mean, a lot of it's like just gang shit. It's just, some gangs are bigger than others, but they go on to try to, take over, get take over territory to be able to, it's for resources, just like, every other gang. It's just that in order to keep us on their side and keep us from, because I mean, if we knew if the people really knew exactly what they were there for, a lot of times they would, just
The
in a
support.
humanitarian, yeah, they wouldn't have the support that's necessary for them to, stick with it.
So that's why
Yeah.
that's why the media is always, and that's the thing that I want people to understand the most is that the media is a mouthpiece for the military industrial complex, probably more than any other of the major corporations that rule all this shit. The military industrial complex is so they don't never want to talk bad about that, like military spending and all of this stuff. And also, if you notice, and even like the leftist channels that I watch, they still be really soft about talking about going to Afghanistan and stuff. Like they still be like, promoting that war stuff. You know what I'm saying? If that makes sense, what I'm saying.
Yeah, I think that's still an ultimate goal, regardless of the party. And
Right,
each side are playing their part as far as
right.
especially based on their views.
And the
So
media is the third leg. You got Republican, Democrat, and then media. It's the third leg, and they
Yeah,
work
well,
together.
without a doubt. Because I mean, if you think about it, when you realize who actually owns these media companies, the top five, the top three, media companies, you see who they are. I mean, they're part of a party too. You know what I'm saying? Like they, will just like, how we look at now, we identify Fox as a Republican side,
And these motherfuckers ain't gonna take my order.
CNN as, Democratic, or, I guess it was, I guess they kind of play the middle sometimes. All of them play the middle, I guess, at some point. But either way, we got people that's at a high level elitism that stand with the people in government that can make laws, and their job is to pretty much program us, target certain demographics for for them to support.
What's up, Brandon?
There he is.
Man, I hope you got clothes on, bro.
I'm naked.
Long as you don't show us, we don't want to know. Just
Yeah,
don't show.
please.
We got the covers on.
Who is that?
That's Brendan.
Sorry, fellas, I didn't feel like getting dressed.
That's the other white dude.
Yeah, another white dude. We got two white
I
dudes.
think you're in the wrong chat room. Dirty Latina maids is the next one over.
Yeah,
That's all of us. That's 100% of the white dudes that work at Outback.
Is that true? No, that's not true. That's not true. You got the
who else is
French
there?
guy.
Oh, Lyle. Oh yeah.
No, you got
Nick. Yeah, Nick.
Yeah.
Oh shit, it's Bo.
Yeah, that's Bo.
You know what's funny? Nick had to ask me what French dressing was. What? Isn't that ironic?
Yeah, well,
Because he is
people are
French.
dumb.
Never mind.
Yeah,
No, he's not dumb. He's not dumb at all. It's just he's French.
like your
But I guess they don't call
background.
French dressing French in France.
Okay, yeah, now I understand what you mean. Okay. My bad. Yeah, I get
Oh,
what
that's
you're
cool.
saying. We're in America, we simplify everything. We look at everything from an American point of view. We don't give a damn what the hell it is. Tangy tomato,
Hell
no,
no.
that's French. Oh, they make that in France? Oh, that's French.
That's French.
This
French fries.
is America, bro. We give everything our own name over here. I was just talking to somebody about work, and we was talking about the metric system and why it's like we're the only ones that don't use it. Why we don't use the metric
That's what I was just
system,
thinking
bro?
about. It was you. Yeah, you were asking what a yard was.
To keep us out of touch of what everybody else is doing in the world.
Well, it's our arrogance, bro. That's what keeps us, and that's another thing that keeps us from not having. Everybody else have health care. I was looking at, I posted on Instagram about how a lot of other countries give medical leave when you have a baby, right? The mom gets to have paid medical leave, and even the father gets to have paid medical leave.
Yeah,
There's nothing like that here in the United
they
States.
have that in.
Yeah, the
don't
father
they have
gets
that in
paternity
Canada?
leave.
Yeah, they have that in Canada. Canada,
I'm
Finland,
sure.
Sweden.
Japan's got it.
I don't know.
Paid.
So that's what I mean. It's our arrogance, because really the metric system is easier and it makes more sense. It's much easier to use. This 6, 18, 39, 36, 64 shit is confusing as fuck. A yard, a foot. The fuck is a foot?
Don't even get me started on quarts and pints.
That's what I mean.
Foreign people don't know what a quart is.
Hey.
Or a gallon.
Yeah, a quart. To this day, I have to look that shit up every time, bro. Every time. And if I have to do calculations related to that shit, I have to look it up. And my brain just says 6, 8, 16, 36. That's how I think of it.
The most confusing is
I'm
Fahrenheit
used
and
to seeing
Celsius.
it that way too.
Yeah, bro.
Yeah, I don't even use Celsius.
Bro, it's hard to cause not
Well,
only do they
Celsius is- Celsius is better than Fahrenheit too. It is. It's more accurate because when it's cold, like frozen, Celsius is based on where water freezes. What the hell is Fahrenheit based on? You know what I'm saying?
Fuck, I know, but
Water
another name for
freezes
Celsius
at 0 degrees Celsius.
Yeah,
And
another
that's the
name for
reason
Celsius
why-
is centigrade.
So that's how you
Centigrade
know
as
how
in
cold it
as in
is.
100. It's based on the scale of 100. It boils at 100. It freezes at 0.
Yeah, that
And
seems
Fahrenheit-
to me to be, a smaller way
Right.
for us to do it. But
So that makes
Fahrenheit
sense.
is the conversion.
Fahrenheit, I don't know what it's based on.
At negative, I think it's at negative 20 or something like that. Fahrenheit and Celsius actually are the same temperature. So it's some negative temperature. They like cross over.
Well, yeah, I mean, temperature is the same temperature. You just use different ways of measuring it. Celsius
Well, I'm
is one
saying
way,
negative 20
Fahrenheit.
centigrade is the same as negative 20 Fahrenheit, or it might be negative 22, negative something. But it's just because of the way the thing is, because 1 degree Celsius is worth more than 1 degree Fahrenheit. Because water boils
Well,
at
no,
212
that's not right.
Fahrenheit.
That's not right. Fahrenheit is way.
I swear to God it is.
If it's 1 degree Celsius, then it's like, I don't know, 47, 57 degrees Fahrenheit, some shit like that.
No. It's like 35 degrees Fahrenheit.
Yeah,
Water freezes
that sounds
at
about right.
32. But,
That sounds right.
But I'm saying, so never mind. We can go on this all night. Never mind. They do cross over though at a negative temperature.
I'm gonna give us a new subject, and this Pat, hopefully you're gonna like this. The video is about 9 minutes, so if y'all can bear with it, I gotta
for sure.
anyways.
I might be out of the traffic right now.
And so it's about the Moors. It talks about the Moors and them conquering Spain.
Ancient French.
And we're gonna talk about it after it's over. Check it out.
In previous videos, I've mentioned how diverse the Moors were. I also mentioned how we had to be very specific when discussing them. When Islam spread across North Africa in the 7th century, many North Africans converted, creating their own Islamic armies to further the cause. These armies later became known as the Moors to various Europeans. Under Amazigh leadership, these Moorish armies swept across Spain. Unfortunately, at times, the role of African soldiers further south have been downplayed, but one of the principal reasons for Moorish supremacy was the conscription of these soldiers further south. Today, we're gonna see just how instrumental these soldiers were in the initial invasion of Spain. What up, African World? It's Home Team here, and welcome back to another video of African history, culture, and worldview. And if you like this content, you can support its continued development on patreon.com. There, you can find sources and more in-depth courses on African history. The link is in the description box below. This video is designed to focus on the participation of the Moorish troops from further south on the African continent, as one Muslim writer had something very important to say about their involvement in the initial invasion of Spain. It's important to understand that not all Moorish troops were from this region, so please keep that in mind. The Moorish invasion of Europe was actually a really big moment in human history. In fact, it wasn't until Spain finally freed itself from the Moors that they were able to travel the seas and discover a whole new world. The Amazigh ruled several dynasties in Spain, and it was under their leadership that Europe was said to have come out of the so-called Dark Ages. The Moorish invasion of Spain initiated the Renaissance in Europe by preserving and translating at much earlier period the great works of the Greeks. They gave a vivifying impulse to all the intellectual life of the West by introducing to it the hoarded knowledge of the East. In mathematics, they imported much from India, amongst other things the numerals known to us as Arabic numerals, and with them, the advantages of the decimal system. The intellectual advancement brought into another continent under Amazigh leadership is quite impressive and valuable for us today because it contributed to our modern civilization. All this would not be possible without the inclusion of African soldiers further south, advancing the goals of Amazigh dynasties. The truth is, in the early days of Islam, Arabs began to extend their hand to enslave people, whether they were from the Middle East or from North Africa. They began to entice them to join their armies, and in return, they would gain freedom. This was an excellent strategy by the Arabs to gain a huge loyal following, and it greatly diversified their military ranks. This tradition was continued amongst the Amazigh, and this is how many of the so-called Sudani troops or black troops became a part of Moorish identity. One of the primary reasons for the rapid growth of black troops was the need for Amazigh rulers to have complete control over their soldiers and not be challenged by any intermediate power or opposing ethnic loyalties that would come from Arabs or other Amazigh clans. This strategy of using conscripted soldiers greatly advanced Moorish strength, and Africans further south in many ways became the very backbone for this strength. Traditionally, when we speak about the black troops in Moorish armies, we tend to focus on the Almoravids or perhaps the Almohads, but we seldom remember the first Moorish dynasty, which was arguably the greatest. Under the Umayyad dynasty, the first emir of Cordoba in Spain, Abd al-Rahman I, who came to the throne in 756, was known to have kept a large personal guard of black troops. He founded the Muslim dynasty that ruled a large portion of Spain for nearly 3 centuries, and all his successors used black troops, especially to maintain order. This is clear evidence revealing just how valuable black Moorish troops were. But according to one Muslim writer, black troops were not just there to maintain order, they literally ushered in the Moorish invasion of Spain. In 711, the Amazigh general Tariq commanded his black troops to capture Spain, and they did. When Tariq crossed the sea, he came out at the mountain named after him and sent forward the Sudan to make war. When the Goths saw these frightful forms, they were terrified. The Sudan used to take Gothic and Christian prisoners and slaughter them. According to Ishaq Hussein, the Umayyad general Tariq, upon his first order, instructed his black troops specifically to make war on Spain. The troops from the Sudan were apparently successful in accomplishing this goal, and it opened up Spain for the rest of the Moorish ranks to take over and gain momentum. We learned something very interesting about the brilliance of this Amazigh general. It seems as though, according to the author, that Tariq knew or supposed that many of the local Spaniard people would not have yet seen Africans from further south, and that an army full of them would have had a profound psychological effect, causing fear and panic. This was a brilliant strategy for the Moors as a whole, and as evidence from the first Cordoban emir, the use of black troops continued amongst Umayyad dynasties. I thought it was interesting that we actually have an account of the first invasion of Spain by the Moors. The details are remarkable. It shows very clearly the agency of the black troops and the important role they played in Moorish history. Well, I'm all out, guys. If you like these videos and want to help in its continued production, consider supporting the home team on patreon.com. The link is in the description box below. Know thyself. Remember your ancestors. Peace.
So, Pat, what'd you think about all that?
That's real interesting, man. That's a part of the history that you don't really hear much of during those centuries. So I mean, the little bit that we do get is, because I know I'm still trying to climb my way back further, because I mean the 1492, the 1400s, like that whole period between 711 became a big deal, but they're going back into the fourth century and things like that. So Me personally, I'm just intrigued, just trying to, get a better understanding of how we even got to that 7-11 period. So, even though I have a general, some general information on it, but it's not in detail because I mean, even to this day, like we're still trying to figure out more so what really led to what we're dealing with now. You know what I'm saying?
And that's why I
But
say, I'm super interested in that stuff. Like the history stuff is what I'm interested in. How we ended up where we are now, and like you said, and this guy here, that's why I watch his channel a lot, and like he's like a historian, and but he goes over French stuff like more in depth than you even gonna find in college. You know what I'm saying? In a university, because some of that information is hard to find. They discard all that information, and to look it up takes a lot of freaking effort to
yeah,
actually find it. Because
well,
this guy, he only goes by documents. He only anything he says in that video, unless if he speculates, he'll say I'm speculating. But the stuff
yeah,
that he says it has to. He's a historian, so you know how historians are. We have to have something that's
sources.
actual real proof. Yeah, some
Yeah,
documents.
some
Yeah,
first hand sources, primary
yeah.
sources.
Primary.
Um,
There you go.
so I mean the thing about it too is that like a lot of people are doing like because I mean a lot of the information is may be somewhat lost forever because like a lot of the books that that would have a lot of the information that was documenting those periods, was thrown
So
into the
sad.
sea,
There's
thrown
a
into the
meme
sea or burned.
burned. There's a meme about there's a meme. It goes, the dad busts in the room to the little kid, and he's like, "You're crying again. You're crying about them burning the Library of Alexandria, aren't you?" And the kid is like, It's just so much knowledge was lost forever through his tears. This is
Yeah,
like an academic meme, academic
yeah.
joke
No,
for
I
those
get
that
it.
get it.
Yeah.
So yeah, when I learned about that, I didn't know about that. The Library of Alexandria, and it had so many books in it. And then who was it? Was it the Romans who burned it? Who burned it?
I think it was a concerted effort of, a lot of European countries were doing the same thing. Like some of them was taking them and piling them up in the center
Catholic
of town.
Church. It
Who's
was
the
the
Catholic
Catholic
Church?
Church. I think that's who did it. The Catholic
Yeah,
Church,
The Vatican.
yeah,
Hey,
the Vatican. That makes sense because a lot of the books would go against the church, because and then it also would it also can you hear me? It also would
might have to
show.
mute it.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
It also would show. I forgot what I was gonna say. Oh, contradictions against the church as far as like where they got their knowledge from too, because a lot of the books that's in the Bible was really really old stuff. That
Yeah. And the thing about it is, I mean, the suppression of the information is so strong to where they, like just not like now. He mentioned that in his commentary, but it was so brief that you don't really, it doesn't go into enough detail for people to really understand that the reason that some of these things are so like them us find out that the Moors are the ones who brought these people out of darkness is what most people don't know. That's why a lot of times like the racist white people here in our country, they've been lied to as well, to where they don't realize what kind of contributions that black people or at the time Moors brought to the world. So
And
you can be discredited because it's like all they know is destruction or impoverished, and there's a few that may reach prominence and have some have money and whatever, but they look at more as a whole that we're n- not the most brilliant people in their eyes. But that's
I
what
that's
feel
what
I
that
feel
part
like
I think is really
Black history isn't taught enough.
and that part is really important. I think that we all lose when we're in this system, the white supremacy system, where both sides are
if
losing
you
because
want to
both
call it that.
sides, whatever you want to call it, both
Yeah.
sides are losing. Both sides are losing because they're getting bad information. They don't even know what's really happening. Like it just caused a lot of confusion. And like because you got people, one thing that bothers me is the people that walk around with this this pride, this this, but
Arrogance.
they shouldn't be. They really should not be. And then you got the other ones who walk around with their shoulders slumped and they're all, you know, and
Well,
they shouldn't be because
yeah.
of this fucking system that is telling people, half truths.
Yeah, I mean, because I think everybody should be able to live with a certain sense of pride, but at the same time, when it's false pride, when you've elevated yourself, you know, perpetuated on a lie, then you feel good about yourself behind falsehood. So I mean, regardless, because I mean, honestly, I'm against Black history. I'm against the so critical race theory type stuff because if we can just be honest enough with each other to be able to talk about history as a whole, just, whether it's American history, world history, no matter what it is, just talk about it honestly so that we can see where each other, like we all fail because neither one of us are any greater than the other because even when we've both had the taste of power, we've done some fucked up shit that led us to some form of destruction.
And that's a reality. I only halfway agree with you though. I agree with you on the Black history. We don't need that. That's trash, and that's really like that neoliberal throwing shit in your face. Like the first time Black people did this, first time Black people did that. That's some trash.
Well,
But but
I mean, yeah, well, you go ahead.
on
Let's
the other hand,
elaborate.
though,
Let's elaborate
critical.
because the last thing out of my mouth was Black history isn't taught. So what you talking about? It doesn't need to be taught.
No, we need to teach history as a whole. And that's what I'm talking about. That's what I was about to say. Critical race theory is that. That's what it is. They're just giving it this critical race theory and it's political, but a lot of people don't know what it is. But it's just looking at history as a whole and in
Thriller,
perspective. You,
thriller.
you know?
Move your camera up a little bit.
Oh shit.
Oh yeah, please, yeah. Critical race theory is really just looking at history,
Well, I mean,
critically,
if that's the
not
case,
like the
because
way it's been looked at nationally.
well, because to me, like I don't like the politicized way, the way they're politicizing
It's
it
been
because
politicized.
it's a bunch of BS. Because I mean, if we're honest, I mean, if you really look at the honest history, white people were the first slaves here in America, and that was because of the Moors and what they were doing, you know, beforehand. So, everybody has experienced some form of slavery, but by, some people not wanting to, like there's a group of people that, doesn't want their kids to be taught that, oh, they're, these
And that's
criminals
what
that,
makes
I
me
mean,
mad.
there's bad people, but at the same time, I mean, you know, I'm sure a part of them coming to doing what they did was because of what happened to them. So,
Part
you
of it,
know,
I'm sure.
yeah,
And it's always some revenge
Yeah.
shit. But what makes me angry is for us, Black history is slavery or whatever. Like, why we got to keep hearing about fucking slavery, black people
No, that's
as
not what I'm
slaves, and
talking
that's like
about.
the only history black
I'm
people
talking
got is
about your
as slaves,
empires.
and what has happened post slavery. Like, that's our
I'm not
only
even talking
history.
about I'm not even
Well,
talking
that's
about Black American history. I'm just talking about you guys' empires and everything, man. Like, I mean, I literally learned about the Ming Dynasty and like Hitler and like I never learned about Black history and shit.
well, the Ming Dynasty, like that's even more. Like those were black people in Asia. They had, black people here in America, of course, black people in Africa, as well as Europe. I mean, Europe was being run, and there's separating it, with the Moors, in which I guess you can consider all of them, of Moorish descent, but even in Europe, I mean, a lot of, I was reading a book, I'm, maybe a third, a fourth or third into it right now. But, when it came to trade, it was a lot of times black people that was coming from either, out of Europe, out of, Africa, even Asia, that was during those certain time periods that, you know, were mostly, of melanated. Of course, there was mixture, at the time, even during those times, a lot of times it didn't really even matter your skin color because it was more so a class. If you fit into a certain class, you you were accepted. And, if you were
That's
more
why
on the,
that's why they
yeah,
left. Honestly,
yeah,
dude, do you know that I'm not gonna even say Columbus because I feel like that's just like their poster boy, but like the people that came over, they were actually exiled, and like a lot of them were rejected from the system, and they were fleeing Europe because they weren't royal. They like the corruption, you know.
yeah. Well, you do know about the expulsion from Spain, right? Uh,
Uh,
well, what we know it to be Spain now. It was, and that's some stuff that's still being found out, like what actually happened, because we know about the expulsion, but what really led to them being expelled from Spain is not as clear as it should be. And I subscribe to this guy named Sabir Bey, and he's over there right now, and he's discovered a lot of things that I think is gonna bring some light to it. But he's been to North Africa, because I mean, when we really look at it, Europe is just North Africa. You know what I'm saying? That's why there's a lot of black people there, and of course, with a different ideology, just like they have all over Africa. Whether you're South Africa, East, West, Northwest, whatever, a lot of them take on different things. Because I mean, like they had Christianity, and more so in the South, a lot of Islamic faiths toward the north, and of course, just depending on some of the trade routes and systems, it, different people picked up different things.
And
But
I want
the
to
French,
piggyback a little bit on what you said earlier, because what a lot of people don't understand about the class versus race, because really the racial stuff is fairly new, and before it was just all class. So that's why and then you can look at the pictures and you would see black people royals in Europe, and it was all over the place. It was class, and the racial thing kind of is new. Like, it happened as because of slavery. Like that was a way to like justify slavery, or be like, black people are slaves, like to identify the slaves. That's really what it was. Because how can you, because if you had blacks and whites as slaves at the same time, how can you identify who's a slave and who's not? So over here in America, they like everybody that's darker than a certain shade, it is can be a slave. And if you're lighter than a certain slave, then you're not supposed to be a slave. And that's a way to keep it,
Yeah,
you
bro.
know,
That's now that I think
the
about it,
law.
you don't see signs anywhere from out throughout history, colored people only or white people only. You know what I mean? That's all just America, bro.
Well,
Whoa.
South Africa.
it's not only America, because I mean it has become a global thing, but this is still like recent. I mean, if we're looking at history and the time that we've been here, the 1800s, the 1700s, really isn't that long ago. We're still looking at 200, 300 years ago, but I mean, for us, because we're here for such a small period of time. We're here 60 to 80. Some of us might make it to 100, but the things that's happened, the things that we live with is just become accepted as what it is, because that's all we've known since we've been here. But if we really look, that's why it's so important to understand the history, because you will eventually get to a point of just thinking that this is the best as it gets. But we all could have a better experience here if we actually didn't lie to ourselves and each other about how things really can should be.
And that's
So
what I be screaming all the time. And really, if you think about it, I say race is a social construct all the time. And if you think about it, it's very useful to the powers that be, right? Super useful to make
oh
it
yeah.
all political. You know, it's a whole nother thing for us to fight about on top of everything else. Masks, jabs,
That's
uh,
what I do,
Well,
like to keep us against
and
each other,
black
so
what
people, white
what
people, Mexicans.
we
Well,
don't, have
but
to
that's the
have.
thing, that they've actually perfected this, this whole thing of learning how to separate us over and over and over. Like there's like new ways to divide each other every time, and that's just like I was telling you last week. When we're gonna get past this whole, I use the Republican and Democrat,
That's
you know,
so
premise,
annoying.
but
I
it's
hate the
like,
two parties.
yeah, I mean, when we're gonna be Americans again? Like when we gonna make our decisions based on just what's right as
Just as the
human being?
people.
Yeah, I mean,
Fuck these motherfucking
and
clowns.
them really, like, and I'm telling you, man, like it's become so cultish, especially.
Tribal.
I think on both sides, but it's very cultish on that
Yeah.
Democratic side. And I'm not against Democrats and or even all of their idealism. Even though I think a lot of it is what has brought us to our destruction. Getting away from our conservative ways. But like I even claim for myself is I'm a conservative liberal. I don't lean to just one side just because this is what I'm just gonna go along with the
You
agenda
just
that's
keep it real.
what, what does that
You
say?
sound like you keep it real, bro. You're just a person. Like that's why I think the majority of us we don't have unless we're like trying to fit in with something. Maybe like your wife's dad or something is a Republican
The
or Democrat, and you're trying to
Yeah,
like
the
do something
identity
like that.
the
Yeah,
identity politics is at a super crazy high as well. I mean, you know what I'm saying? Like even us, continuing, like even though like we can hang out and be just like brothers, while we together, but we still identifying each other as something different. You know, you're black, I'm white. This Mexican over here. Like we take ourselves out of the whole American fold.
And
That's
and we because so we've been brainwashed, right? What I say is, if you're born in America, you pretty much racist. And so we've been brainwashed, and we look at everything in these boxes. We put everybody in these boxes and categories.
even if it's
Everybody's fit.
subconsciously. Even if it's subconsciously, because I think a lot of us, if we really think about it, we're like, damn, that's dumb as hell. But we've been so programmed to where our subconscious part of our brain continues us. It's kind of like that muscle memory. We still kind of do that same little thing regardless of you know what's going on.
It's crazy and it's so sad. So like I say though, so we put everybody in these categories and these like we meant like you say mentally, subconsciously already. It's like this guy, he's not a guy, he's a white guy. And then he's a white guy. If he has a red hat on, then he's a Republican or he's a Trump supporter also. You know what I'm saying? So then
Yeah.
we're gonna assume that he's conservative. And you know what I'm
And I
saying?
love red. I love red. I love red. You know what I'm saying?
So so we didn't created this whole ass identity for this guy, and we don't know him from Adam.
A lot of the Republicans don't even like him, to be honest.
No,
A lot of
well,
people get quiet.
I'm gonna tell you. One of the things that I've been learning more so about Republicans is, uh, and for the most part, not all, but we can't speak definitive on anybody, but you know, I find that it's more so what they're pushing, like what they're, like if they really match up with, because I've known a lot of Republicans that will go on the side of the Democrats. They'll vote this Democrat in if this the Republican that's a part of their party is too extreme or whatever. They're like, nah, we don't need this dude in here. I mean, you got to think. I mean, even when it came to Obama coming into office, it had to be people that that put their guard down. You know what? I think this is what's best for America. Especially dealing with who we're, that he's going up against. So I think that you know of course, there's some extremists on the Republican side, just like there's some extremists on the Democratic side. But I've seen, personally, I have friends that definitely, they're, strongly, their beliefs, their principles line up with conservatism or, on the Republic side, but they will back off of it if they don't believe that what and I think that's what we got to start getting the Democrats to see as well, because that maybe there are a few
Nah, we
that
just
will
gotta do
switch.
this. I'm telling you, we gotta
Yeah,
get
The
rid of
Democrats don't
all
give
this.
a damn. The Democrats don't give a damn. Remember what Biden said?
Okay,
He said, if you don't vote for
no,
me, you ain't
hey,
black. So it's like
What?
they expect the black vote by default. It don't matter. They're like, if you're black, you have to vote Democrat. And if you don't, you're a traitor. You're a coon. You're a sellout.
I
Deshaun, what's
think
up, man?
What's
I
up?
think the people should
What's
be
going on,
voting.
bro?
There should be no
Not
president or
much, man.
president.
Doing all right? Damn it.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Always a pleasure.
Same here, bro. I
Yes,
think I
sir.
broke my charger.
Man,
Oh, it's working.
I I wasn't gonna hop in tonight, but yeah, that's a touchy subject, man. And like I recently, but when I say recently, I mean like within the last 2 weeks, just got finished dealing with as far as like racism and stuff like that. I
Hmm.
personally, I mentioned it in the comments. I personally don't think we're ever gonna get over it. It's not gonna happen, bro. We can't get past color, let alone the state of mind. You know what I'm saying? It's like, and I don't get why people don't even understand that even in certain cultures, it's like even if we're in the same culture, you still have there's always differences in the state of mind. That's the fundamentals, man. You're a human.
I mean, just to kind of add into what you're saying, like, I mean, even us, quote unquote, black people, shoot, we judge
Yeah,
from dark to light skin.
yeah, we do, we do. Yeah, yeah, bro. That's why I seriously, not just for us. I mean, the the whole thing, bro. And
Yeah.
yeah, man.
I still have hope. I mean, like
Yeah, me too.
I have an
You're
optimistic spirit,
you're supposed to.
Me too.
and I think that of course, I mean, we do need to focus on these children and find ways to be able to find our own way of programming. You know what I'm saying? Like we,
Yeah,
y- things are start. I think
But we,
that they're gonna have I think the spirit that lives in a lot of these youngsters is gonna be a lot stronger than what I see in my age group and older. You know what I'm saying? So
right.
I
I
have
So
a
think
so
whole.
it's
I think it's
I
the
think
same.
it's
Pat,
inevitable
no,
too, because the thing is, what a lot of
uh,
people don't understand is we're super segregated. We're super segregated now, even more than we was in the past, where we live in our neighborhoods. But
so
you got you got cities like
I just want to
Houston.
ask a question. I just want to ask a question. So, because kids are so subjectable, man. They're so subjectable. How much of this do you think people are actually teaching, like mentally knowing that they're teaching this to their kids? Because no one will admit to that. Ain't a person on
They're
this damn earth who's like, "Yep, I'm teaching my
they're
kids this."
they're definitely teaching racism. There's no way that they're not. So, but what I'm saying is this:
Yeah,
a lot of it has to do with people not seeing each other, and the images that they have of the other races are from TV, music, or whatever, the media, right? So, but
you can say
like,
that.
okay, and people live in rural areas. Damn, can you hear me? People live in
Yeah,
rural areas, and they, like, let's say it's all white folks, so they only see white folks. So they don't know how black people behave. They don't know how Hispanics behave. They don't know how Asians behave. Really, they might have one Asian in the whole damn community. You know what I'm saying? So, but you got cities like Houston. Like I say, we're a futuristic city. It's an international city, multicultural. You can't go too long around in Houston without running into somebody that's not even from the United States. You
yeah,
know,
fact.
so and my daughter, I put her in a charter school, and I specifically wanted her to be in this school because it was international, and she had people from different places in Africa, different places of the Caribbean, basically all over the world. The teachers were from all over the world. So, the thing is, I wanted to make sure that she had an exposure to multiple different peoples from around the world who speak different languages, their names. What impresses me about her, she pronounces people's names properly. She don't know that she's like basically speaking another language sometimes, because she's saying their name like absolutely right. Like the Hispanic names, the African names, she says them all the way right. So
Yeah.
I think that that's the way of the future. And I also think that it's kind of inevitable, because unless we all just fall into these little cultist groups and stay separate in these little towns or something, if all the cities end up being like Houston, it's inevitably going to be that the racism is just going to look so stupid
Well,
to the
the thing
Yeah,
about
because
kids.
yeah,
what
it'll
what
dwindle
what
out.
Yeah, I think the thing about that too is that it does need to spread out more into even the rural areas, because I think that's where a lot of the misunderstanding really, because of course, like I was living in Houston. I don't live too far from Austin now, but however, going into the rural areas, you know, you if you really think about it, a lot of these people like live half a mile from each other, so they're already separated, and then when they do come into contact with each other is a hesitance on even speaking, whether and if they even have come actually have a conversation. So
Yeah,
if we really gonna grow with this, we really have to just kind of stop seeing each other for something petty, especially political stuff, because I mean, no matter how you may look at it, you wrong. You gonna get it wrong on some level, because even if we preach what they say on TV, they lying to us. You know what I'm saying? Like we're not, we're getting pieces of information, just enough to string us along to the next episode.
And it's so sad because people, Rachel Maddow, Tucker Carlson, they really take in what these people say and really believe in it, and really, like, they taking it as authority. Like, these people are smart, they know what they're talking about, and they're telling me the truth, they're telling me the best
and
thing.
and they're belittling you to that, based on what their idea is of right or wrong, that if you don't see it the way they see it, that must something must be wrong with you. Your elevator's not going all the way up.
You're
I'm gonna
stupid.
I'm gonna do your job for you. Don't think, just do what I say.
Exactly. And but it's so sad though. Like I say, Tucker Carlson, Rachel Maddow, they got huge audiences that and like I say, they take it as authority, as like these people are smart. They really know what they're talking about. They're gonna lead me in the right direction. But what I want people to understand is that if these people are getting paid this huge ass check, do you think that who's ever paying them has any influence on the words that come out of their mouth? You
Well,
know,
oh, most
people not gonna
definitely.
just, and it's just common sense. People not gonna give you money and not expect nothing in return. Like, here, I'm gonna pay you this huge check, and you can say whatever you want to on TV and tell your fans whatever the hell you want to tell them, whatever news you want to tell them, whatever you want to talk about, whatever
And
stories, your
and that's
opinions.
and then that's most like that's why I love like the independent media so much, whether it's black or white or Mexican or whatever, is because that's where you're gonna find more truth and people who's actually, do we get it right every time? Are we, because I mean we're still trying to figure things out based on the information we have, but at the same time, it's not totally structured to where it's propagandized from the start to lead you down a certain path to get you from A to B, C, D, or E. At least it's genuine stuff that we're passing along, or even just a wake up call to say, hey, look, we're in the same boat, but you might want to look at it this way and that way before you make your decision. You know what I'm saying? So that's one of the things I really do like about the independent media. Yeah.
Yeah, so I completely agree with you about that. And then you want to get it from multiple sources. So, but like I say,
Different perspectives. Yeah. I mean,
Yeah.
having those different perspectives is what's going to really allow you to measure it in different lights. And of course, we all have our own personal journeys or agendas that we're going to that we have for our home. So or even our community. So, we definitely need more perspectives, or at least to be able to, have the openness to listen to what other people have to say, because you may not follow. You might get four different perspectives and take two or three things from each one and make your own. You know what I'm saying? And that's what we have to do, especially as men, when we're guiding, our families, and we got children that's looking up to us, and that we have to guide. So it's really a responsibility for us to truly, not shut down and just be like, excuse my French, but being like a little bitch and just listening to what these people saying on TV and taking it, 100%. So
Yeah.
yeah.
yeah, because Rachel Maddow and Tucker Carlson are really smart, but all the words that come out of their mouth are not their own words. That's what people have to understand. Some of those words are not theirs at all because they
Well,
get
you
paid
got.
way they
Well,
get
I
paid
mean,
way too much.
look at it this way. I mean, when we a lot of times people look at the president of the United States as the beginning and the end of what's got to be said and done, but they're reading shit off a teleprompter.
Exactly.
And it's not because they might forget. It's because they're being told what the hell to do and what to say.
Hmm.
So I mean, you got to really think about it from that perspective that, like, even what we consider the leader of the free world has got a boss, somebody telling him what he better do or not do. You know.
Yep. It's always a
I'm
what do
not
you
sure
call
how we
it?
got all the way over here. I'm not sure how we got all the way over here, but because I know we started this rant from what was going on with the Moors. And you know, once we get on the Moors, I lose it. So
And that's why I played it. But I'm gonna bring it back. I got another video. It's from that same guy. It's history. It's really interesting. So, and again, this one's about 8 minutes. Check it out.
The history of slave rebellions concerning Afro-descended people are largely glossed over. Not much attention is given to them in popular culture. Sometimes historians themselves have a tendency to remain on the surface level when it comes to the details. Thankfully, in modern times, some have decided to take a closer look at the African cultural connection between one of the largest slave rebellions in American history. What up, African world? It's Home Team here, and welcome back to another video of African history, culture, and worldview. If you like this content, consider supporting the Home Team on Patreon.com. There, you can have access to sources and more in-depth full courses on African history. And with word from my sponsors, there's a new social media platform dedicated to educating and uplifting our people. No longer do we have to be censored for speaking our truth. Our Black Truth is Black owned and operated, and a place where you can post your businesses and even monetize your content. You can download the app at Google Play or the App Store, and you can visit the website at ourbblacktruth.com. Links to everything in the description box below. One of the most well-known rebellions amongst enslaved people is the Haitian Revolution, in which Africans rose up against the French, defeating them in battle, liberating themselves from shackles. This was one of the few slave rebellions in which we know for sure the enslaved population pulled from African culture and spirituality to spearhead the revolution. The Haitian Revolution was one of the largest rebellions in human history, and so you would think another large rebellion like the Stonewall Rebellion would pull from a similar source to start its righteous movement. The Stonewall Rebellion in 1739 was one of the largest and costliest in the history of the United States. In studying it, historians have generally not appreciated the extent to which the African background of the participants may have shaped their decision to revolt or their subsequent actions. In some ways, the failure to consider the African background of the revolt is surprising, since a number of historians have recently explored the possibility of African religions, cultures, and societies playing an important role in other aspects of South Carolina life. The Stonewall Rebellion was said to have been started by a man named Jemmy on September 9, 1739. He and a core group of so-called Angolan slaves led the charge on a Sunday. Ironically, a European power at the time was said to have encouraged the enslaved Angolans in their decision to fight. The Spanish were suspected in the uprising because, according to the account, the slaves were Catholics, and the Jesuits have a mission and school in that kingdom, and many thousands of the Negroes profess the Roman Catholic religion. In addition to the sentiments of a common religion, many slaves could speak Portuguese, which was as near Spanish as Scotch is to English, thus increasing their receptivity to Spanish offers and propaganda. It's not conclusive as to whether Spanish propaganda or offers were at the core of the decision, but it's certainly plausible. The Angolans took storefronts and got firearms, marching onward to freedom, gathering crowds, waving banners, dancing and beating drums. When they reached a number of about 90 enslaved people, they were finally met by a militia who successfully dispersed the group. Afterwards, small skirmishes took place as they reformed to continue on to the Spanish territory of St. Augustine. The enslaved Africans are often called Angolan because they were likely taken from the Kingdom of Congo, which, ironically at the time, was a Christian empire officially. Congo had an extensive system of schools and churches, and many of the people there were bilingual, speaking Kikongo and Portuguese. Many Congolese elite considered Christianity as a part of their identity, and the Mwene Congo, or kings of Congo, had relationships with Rome independently. These observations by travelers in Africa were seconded by occasional clerical observations in the Americas, where Congolese slaves were well known to be Christians. Unfortunately, however, during the 18th century, Congo suffered from many lengthy civil wars, which not only deteriorated statehood, but also created an atmosphere where the free and the enslaved could be shipped off to Brazil and America. Many of the enslaved people from the Congo region were war captives and were well trained, militarily speaking. One of the features of African parentage involving the Stono Rebellion was surprisingly the ability to use firearms. Soldiers in Congo would have certainly had training in the use of firearms. By the 18th century, guns were becoming more common on African battlefields, but the colonial militia in America did not allow that sort of privilege amongst enslaved Africans to be prevalent in the least. In reference to the Stono Rebellion, the rebels quickly seized a supply of guns and apparently handled them well. The utility of guns in a revolt is directly proportional to the skill with which the rebels are capable of using them, and this, in turn, is dependent on training. Presumably, those unfamiliar with guns might have sought other weapons such as knives, axes, or agricultural tools and passed up a raid on an armory. Because the colonial militia did not provide much in the way of firearms training, the possibility of an African source of training seems more likely. Further evidence concerning the African influence on the Stono Rebellion was the presence of banners, drums, but more importantly, the war dance. Even though local American militias had similar elements, they did not have a war dance. This unique aspect strongly reveals the Africanity of the Stono Rebellion. Military dancing was a part of the African culture of war. In African war, dancing was as much a part of military preparation as drill was in Europe. Before 1680, when soldiers fought hand to hand, dancing was a form of training to quicken reflexes and develop parrying skills. Dancing in preparation for war was so common in Congo that dancing a war dance, sangamento, was often used as a synonym for to declare war in 17th century sources. It's interesting that one Portuguese commander acknowledged the Congolese skill with muskets, so it would seem as though many of these so-called Angolan rebels in the Stono Rebellion had military experience in Congo and clearly knew how to handle guns. Even the way they fought was indicative of a Congolese style. Their tactics seemed crude to observers, but according to John Thornton, the Europeans' idea of a proper military formation was based on the necessity created by cavalry of maintaining a close order at all times. Indeed, the European musketeer of the 18th century was a converted pikeman, just as his musket with bayonet was a combination pike and missile weapon. In Central Africa, where there was never a large or effective cavalry, the musketeer was more likely to be a converted skirmisher. Central African musketeers in the 17th century often opened engagements with random fire from covered positions to weaken enemy infantry. Thus, the Stono rebels were not revealing their rude origins when they fought in the way they did. Instead, their tactical behavior was perfectly consistent with tactics of the battlefields of Congo. They withdrew after a brief encounter, relocated, and fought several battles over a protracted period, a pattern typical of Angola. The African military influence on the Stono Rebellion needs more research to solidify this particular perspective, but the evidence so far is pretty compelling. It would be a lot to expect a small group of enslaved Africans to defeat local American militias, but it's interesting to discover that they may have pulled on the experiences and training of their beloved homeland in order to fight for freedom. Well, I'm all out, guys. If you like these videos and want to help in its continued production, consider supporting the home team on Patreon.
What'd you think about all that, bro? That was a lot.
Yeah, it was a lot. Some good info. I guess that especially when you go back to the Haitian Revolution, I mean, that's stuff that, of course is well known now, whatever, but At one point, they did not want that information to get out, and I mean, a lot of people don't realize that that's why some of the suffrage that they deal with even now today is based on that revolution. You know what I'm
And
saying?
that's what I be talking about all the time. And you say it's out and everybody knows, but I don't think so. I don't think so. I really don't think so. I think that that's still very hidden. They don't teach that in school. Did you learn that in school?
No,
Did you learn a nickel about it in school?
nothing. No, that was.
I'm
I mean,
sure you
actually,
learned that.
I was in my adult life when I learned about that.
I'm sure you learned it on your own too. You looked it up on your own, didn't you? Something you read somewhere.
Yeah, or possibly even listening to because I mean, like I guess I got different little pieces where when I got more information about it, you know, okay, it was one of those things like a aha, you know, type of like aha moments or whatever. But yeah, what's his name? Who led it? Um, damn, why I can't think of his name right now. But you know, these were people that were supposedly, you know, Africans, but some of them were
Pierre, whatever,
li-
the
military
Haitian,
women.
the Haitian Revolution.
Yeah, but I mean,
It
you got
was
to think
Jean
about
Claude. It was Jean Pierre or some shit like that.
yeah, yeah. But like, I mean, even when we
And
talk
they killed
about
that nigga. They killed that nigga.
yeah, well, I mean, when you think about even Napoleon, I mean, because you know, this is a bunch of stuff that's coming out of
That time,
France.
they kicked
Yeah,
Napoleon ass out. Haiti kicked Napoleon's ass.
yeah. And I mean, you know, he was a melanated person. You know, they show you know, they whitewashed a lot of the stuff that, you know, was
Hmm.
history, you know, people that, you know,
But
supposedly were great.
what I always say, the further you go back, the browner everybody is.
Well,
Like
yeah, and
the
mixtures, you know,
Romans, the Greeks, they trying to say them white people, but no.
well, and technically maybe at that time, you know, because like you know, if you go on by the real definition of what white means based on in, you know, politics and law, you know, being the landlord, I mean, that's really, you know, if you look at it from that
But it was
aspect,
a mix. It was a mix, especially Rome. Rome was so mixed because whoever the hell wanted to say they was Roman could be Roman. If you could earn a citizenship or whatever. Like I think you could pay for it or whatever.
well, I
So
mean,
it was a mix.
well, yeah, no, I mean, the whole idea of naturalization, you know, was a thing. It has always been a thing. Migrations has always happened, and you can become a citizen legally. It wasn't always, you know, like they think those cultures back then were like simple and just didn't understand anything. A lot of stuff we use now today are ancient principles that has developed government. So I mean,
That
you
those
know,
people came up with back then, and we haven't improved it yet. Yeah.
yeah, well, yeah. I mean, I love history, man. He's
Yeah,
back.
that's what I say, and it's like I say, what's crazy about us, we can't really understand history because we be trying to think that it was, I mean, it was different. The way people thought and the way they moved was different, but a lot of things were the same. Like now, like migration, like people moving around, like multicultural nations, like
Yeah,
it wasn't like Rome was just a bunch of white folks. Like that's what they try to make it seem like.
and I'm one of those that believe that, you know, they were probably smarter than we are. You know what I'm saying? Like, you know, because it's not just the ancients that I think, you know, had a higher way of seeing the world. It's, you know, even those few hundred years ago, I believe were um a lot, you know, at least they acted more so on what they believed than what we do today. And that's all the way down to the citizens.
What's up, fellas?
Can y'all hear
What's
me?
up?
Stoner
Yeah.
Army.
My internet is janky.
You
That
protecting
history clip
yourself.
is hilarious.
You can hear me?
Thriller.
Can y'all hear
Thriller.
me?
Yeah. Thriller. What you protecting
Whew.
yourself from
My
yourself?
internet is janky as fuck right now.
Set an example. I'm hoping to get the subject on the vaccine.
You gonna do
I was
what?
about to go get it today.
Oh yeah. What stopped you?
Oh man. I don't know. I don't know. I just didn't go. Take a nap.
Who's that?
You guys
Doc
are always
Paul.
welcome to join. You're always welcome to join. Who is this? Infinite
If you
Charms
come,
Beauty?
but if you come on with some craziness, some foolishness, we will kick you out.
Yeah, yeah. Last night you wasn't here, but last night I had a guy that I was like, man, don't get on here with no weird shit, bro. And then he
No
just left.
way.
Yeah, and then he just left. Peace, Infinite Charms. Thanks for joining. Thanks for joining. And we got our guy, our Twitch guy that's always in the house.
GR
Oh, what the
Muffins.
hell? My shit is acting crazy. This guy here, GR Muffins, guy in Australia. Thanks for joining.
Yeah.
Shout out, bro.
And we got
Doc Paul, Christopher Doc
yeah.
Paul. Okay. Well, get your stuff working, man. I'm definitely like to hear different perspectives, you know.
Oh yeah.
Thank y'all for joining. What do you say? Don't you guys in America have like Walmart giving money off your groceries for taking the vax? Yeah, they're doing all kinds of stuff, bro. Like they give us $100 to take the vax. $100
Shoot,
cash.
they had
I don't know about the
something a
groceries.
while back. Well, they've been giving gift cards.
Yeah.
They've been
You get
they've been
$100
giving
in
out gift
Houston.
cards. Shoot, might be more than $100. I saw one that was up to 500.
Damn. Put me on. I'll do it.
But um, shoot, different parts of the country they've actually had like lotteries, like where you take, what I'm saying, it wasn't like like everybody gets this 100,000 or five. I think it's what it was up to 1 million in some places where if you take the vax, it puts you into the pile, and somebody would eventually win it, or some people getting school paid for it. Like it was all kinds of crazy crap. They were giving away pot at some places and donuts and crap. Like
Hey, so
it's
GR Muffins tell us, he said, I wish it was that easy. Here, my guy. What is the deal with it? Like y'all don't have access to it? What's the deal? Like it seems like everybody has a access to at least one or more than one version of the jab. What do y'all have some kind of barriers against y'all being able to get the jab if y'all want it?
well, I
Well,
think well, and I'm speculating, but I think that because the U.S. purchased probably most of the stock up front, that other countries are having trouble getting it.
For real. So we're so blessed, and then there's everybody out here like not taking it. Damn, dude.
I mean, I guess you can see it many ways.
yeah, it depends on where you stand on that.
Yeah.
That's a touchy subject for a lot of people. But like I say, I think it's all about money. They just want to make money. Let's see what he say.
Did we talk about that last night?
Yeah, we talked about it last night. He said we don't have much for the Pfizer vaccine, but we have just made it open to people under 40 to get the AstraZeneca a few weeks ago. Damn, only a few weeks ago?
Damn. Yeah, they
And
be
y'all don't.
telling us everybody else has been like fully vaccinated.
Well, and you got to think about it too. That I mean, these other countries have their own scientists and people who are creating their own vaccines that might actually be like real vaccines. It's not the new technology of stuff that we're seeing here with the you know mRNA, to where it's actually with the a little bit of the virus and things that will
And
actually
that's why I say the World Health Organization and the Food and Drug
CDC.
Administration, they probably get kickbacks or however it works because they approve certain stuff and don't approve other stuff. You
Right.
know,
That's
Hmm.
what
how
I'm
do they
saying.
choose what gets approved? And then these companies,
Yeah.
Pfizer and they plan to make a whole bunch of money, $43 billion this year.
Easy.
Damn. I should have invested. Guys, my
She
phone's
said
at 1%.
he said here in New York, NYC, there's mainly Pfizer and Moderna. Johnson and Johnson is rare. I don't trust any of them. Husband just took it to keep his city job, and that's what
Oh man.
Biden is saying. Everybody gonna have to take a
Yeah,
jab,
see?
or you're
I'm
gonna have
I'm
to keep
praying for
getting
you.
tested. You're
Yeah,
gonna have to
I'm
keep getting
praying for
tested.
your family. Yeah, I'm praying for your family because it sounds like that's not something that y'all necessarily chose, and based on your situation that you made that decision to keep yourselves going. Um, but however, I believe in people having their freedoms. In one breath, they want people, their body, their choice for one, health reason, but on the other hand, it's like, no, you belong to us type of deal, and gonna try to force you. So, but the what I was saying, yeah, but I think that the guy mentioned a little while ago about he wish it was that easy, but you might want to look at it from some different perspectives because you may have it better, because you're actually getting what a true something that's not totally new, like the way it's made is not totally new. It may have a little more background. You know, I'm even seeing like in my state and a few others that they're coming with some antibody treatments that you know you probably will be fine with regardless if you V'd or unV'd. So I think time will tell more, and probably won't be that long. I mean, that's one of my prayers is that we'll truly be able to see it more for what it is, and
Can
you
I ask
know,
you guys a question?
You're more optimistic than me on that. I think we're in the new normal. This is all the new
well,
normal. The
well,
pharmaceutical companies are going to keep selling us more and more of these freaking jabs.
well, yeah. And that's the thing because if you think about it in the beginning, this was something that okay, you take it once and you're good. But then I think from the response, or either they wanted, they expected that most of what they had purchased would be gone by now, that now they're saying, oh well, you know what, here's a booster, here's a this, here's a that, where they keep, our government is still spending our money, for this, on on us for this thing, where it's still giving a return back to private companies. So
Yeah, I
it's
gotta
so
take
much
this
it's so
vaccine
much that's
though.
going on here.
This guy's
So let's talk his side. He said it's
yeah,
so
this
low
guy's
effort to
right.
just take a vaccine and it's going to help our whole society. If you're not willing to do that, then I got no hope for you.
Well, I mean, I think it's a lot of it is like if they were gonna wipe us out, dude. I don't think it's the people that are gonna listen to them. I think it would be the conspiracy people that don't take the vaccine. I think if they were trying to wipe people out, they would keep the. You know what I mean? Might as well take the vaccine. It's free. I get paid to take it.
Well, I think all of us have our ways of seeing this thing, because I mean, when you have the person that's created the problem, solving the problem, you have to kind of really take a step back. And I don't know if you're privy to all the information that's been made available, but you know a lot of these ties have linked together, uh, where shoot, even some of the top officials that's telling us how we should live our lives, has you know I think it was his wife or whatever that's connected into another organization that pushes other helps push the agenda. So and that's with me not really saying specifically who's who and what's what, because the information is out there, you can find it. But I'm not necessarily one of those that's gonna you know trust the guy that punched me in my eye to put a bag of ice on it.
Yeah.
Look, I want to talk about this a little bit. She said, well, at first they allowed him to take a test every week, then they cracked down. That's kind of scary to me, man, because he's saying that you could take the test every week. So, and then if they just gonna just say, no, you can't take the test now, you just go ahead and take it. Take the jab. You have to get it.
Yeah, and and I understand. I have also looked at the fact that I'm in a different position. I don't work for anybody, so there's nobody that's gonna be on my back pushing me to do anything. But here I gotta stop looking at. Is this anyone who is
This
choosing
guy's a
to not
literal
take the
extreme.
willingly and literally a bioterrorist? I appreciate your
He's
your
pretty passionate.
perspective on that, but I
Clearing
believe that
parole violations.
I
Damn.
believe,
That's
yeah. I mean, they yeah, they're reaching. They're really reaching, and there's got to be a reason behind all of that. So by me not really understanding it, and having a decent understanding of science and the way the human body works, that you know and knowing thousands of people who has never had one of those things from the beginning of their life and are healthier than you and me, that the human body that God made, or the it was you know it's only the ones that's unhealthy that's really being affected. So just got to kind of look at it. I mean, if that's you, hey, and I don't have anything against anybody who decides that that's what they want to do, because I believe it's up to personal choice, and I believe in freedom. This
Yeah.
is
It
just
is being forced. It's kind of like that. The conspiracy people are saying it's like the mark of the beast or whatever.
well, and that's a perspective. That's an idea or a thought, but I wouldn't necessarily take it, to that point, because maybe it is, maybe it's not. But if you really think about it, it's something that's this is something that's never been used before. It's been through been approved through emergency status. But I'm not the type of person. I believe in I have my faith. I have belief that I'm stronger than any of that. So some people's faith may not be as strong as mine, and that's okay. You know what I'm saying? Whatever it is that settles your mind and your heart, that's what you should do. Nobody's telling you that you're stupid for doing whatever it is that you've decided, or you're some kind of terrorist because you're feeding into this and that and the other. So I mean, you know, your choice, your body, your choice. That's my position on all of that.
For
But
sure.
I just I would I'm just not the type of person that's gonna go submit myself to the you know to
Hello.
to be a what do they call it, some study. You know what I'm saying? I'm not submitting myself to any kind of. Yeah, I mean, I do all of that. I have the sea moss. I have, vitamin C, zinc. I take elderberry. You can even get what's the other one? Shoot, hold on. I want to.
Well,
Uh,
GR Muffin, I'll say that
more,
Pat drives
moringa.
trucks, so he doesn't really interact with people a whole lot other than his family. Like, right? You don't really like be in public places and stuff, right, Pat?
No, I mean I go to truck stops and I go handle my business in truck stops, but I go to shippers and receivers and based on their protocols, a lot of times I'm sitting in my truck. I back my truck up to the docks. I'm sitting in my truck. They bring me my paperwork. I don't have to go into these people places all the time. Some places I go to that's might have a more relaxed idea of the whole situation, but um, I'm not putting
Hey,
any.
and Brendan, you're vaxxed, right? You took the jab.
No.
no, I had a last minute freak out about it. Now I'm reading the book of Revelations. Like, is this the shit that fuck him up? You know what I mean?
Exactly. That's one of the things I just didn't want to be. I'll never be. Is they'll have to take a
Gee,
different approach
somebody
in
just
making me
called.
one, and you can take that however you like.
They're going at you, bro. Damn, there's a lot of commenters.
Hmm.
They're saying take the vax. I don't know.
That's very true. And from what I've been seeing and hearing because I mean you're not gonna hear from the media because they're sticking with their agenda, but I'm hearing from actual uh health, people in health that's saying that it's the ones that has taken that leap that is being more affected than those who have not. So
It's just really early just to be taking the vaccine. I mean, isn't this like it's super rushed and shit? Like, I think everyone just needs to relax for a second and maybe stop
yeah,
going out. Maybe stop going out. Wear the mask. Wear the
I've never
mask.
been I've never been called a terrorist and then not a viral terrorist at all. That's kind of,
They're going hard.
yeah, I mean, but I look, I got thick skin. I mean, it doesn't really bother me that much. I mean, I'm sure that there's people who think it and hadn't said it. So I mean, I give him at least that much. He at least voiced himself. Um, from based on who's saying, who's telling you that. That's something that you need to check on. You know what I'm saying? If you're getting it from the news, they're paid to tell you that. And there's others who, is on the inside who actually work in the hospital who's seeing this that's willing to say you might want to think differently. No, it didn't. It really didn't. It hadn't gone through like y'all were the test. Y'all are the test, and there's some that because there's a lot of numbers that they're giving you, but there's a lot of numbers that they're not giving you. Yeah, that was to send it into actually sending it to trials. That wasn't you know now unless they change something in the last few days or so to where it's fully passed, but it moved from emergency status to trials. Uh, Well,
I'm
me
sorry,
or
but
you,
trying to get
I
text
guess
here.
one of us are. So I hey. I'll I'll take it.
Yeah, I think as a collective conscious, we need to go out of fear, because there's a lot of
Yeah.
fear just
Well,
being present.
and back, I mean, back to my original thought. I mean, I don't think that anybody should be pushed one way or the other to, take something that, put into their body, you know, unless they make some a new constitution that I don't know about, is that, we all have the freedom of choice.
Hey, what does the audience think about having like no politicians, just like the people, just there's just like a screen you gotta vote, and there's no president. It's like the people are president. What does the audience think about that? If they can hear me, hopefully they can.
Um, well, I think that's pretty much how it was before this government took over. Is that it was just the Congress. It was the Continental Congress and Confederacy where it was just that body politic. There wasn't the different branches.
The comments are still creepy, man. Stuff. Yeah.
Yeah, I checked him on that a little while ago, man. I was tripping. I was like, "What you trying to protect yourself from yourself?" Because he thereby alone wearing a mask. Like at this point, nobody really know. Like, I mean, I can't be 1,000%, that is good or bad, and that's my point. I've taken other jabs in the past. I mean, when it was out of my own control, but when you know, this is not an anti-vaxxer. This is someone who's just, very cautious about what he puts in his body. So, especially when it's chemically driven or some new technology that most people don't understand. So, you know, I mean, look, I'm glad you feel strongly about it. I mean, I'm sure you feel secure about what you've done, and that's good. I mean, that's how we all should feel about the decisions we're making. But, to think that, everybody that hasn't done what you've done is now some kind of assault against
I
the world.
yeah. I think that a big part of it is just like how people just other I feel like the power other people want to have over other people is a problem. You know what I mean? Um we do need to be safe for each other's sake, and we need to think as a community. And that my thing is we should be focusing on the health overall of our neighbors. Is my neighbor healthy? If my neighbor is healthy, then it's more likely less likely that he's going to get me sick. So that's I think we're focusing on the wrong things, these specifics, and that's what divides us. But if we make sure our neighbor doesn't get sick, if he has access to health care, you know we got doctors that's telling them about diet and exercise, I think our community will be better off. And we can still use the science of the pharmaceuticals and the vaccinations. It's totally okay. We can use this all together, but we need to come at it as a community instead of one person telling the other person what the hell they're supposed to be doing. And
Well, let me give Mr. Muffins another perspective. No disrespect.
my
Um,
internet sucks.
the the idea that because y'all live under a different premise, because Australia, from my knowledge, doesn't allow certain chemicals to end up in your foods uh, the same way that America allows us. Certain things that your government and your health organizations will never allow in your foods, your cereal, the stuff that you give your kids, that they wouldn't allow. And you know, here in America, what's this here? What misinformation? Like, tell me exactly what it is that I said.
The vaccine is not helping the healthcare system, bro. This just putting more pressure because we're paying more money on top of everything else that we're paying for. The the whole COVID thing is an extra money that we spending on healthcare, on top of everything else.
Yeah, same here. I mean, the spike protein idea, I don't know if that's even really the smartest way to go by. I I never I said my belief in it. That's the whole thing that, like, I think you're starting to put words and ideas that in your mind that came from me. No, I want everybody to make the decision of their own. I don't believe that I know that I'm not ready to take that leap for that that jab. You know, I don't necessarily have the belief in it. But however, anybody that chooses, they decide that that's what they want to do. I mean, that's my promotion. That's where I stand with it. So, but I'm just telling you, there's a few sources that I have that has told me, that it's going in the other direction. That's saying that, there's information that's not being handed out for what reason, they're not even sure. So,
I don't know what the ingredients are, but I know that they use that mRNA technology that's kind of new and cutting edge.
well, and we don't when we go into, it's a synthetic, um some synthetic message, I don't know, way to send messages to your own DNA that does it for itself. Like, they have
Got
to
kind of
put it,
heated in here.
you gotta put it into
Am I
something in
missing
order
D?
to disguise it from your own personal DNA, to get past it, because any other way your system would kill it if it had a chance. Like, if it wasn't hidden around all those other little things to actually be able to get into your cell. Like, if you don't trust, your body, the human organism that came from God to be able to protect you, that's one of the things that, I have an issue with.
Right, all right. Guys, let's
Well, and
all
that's
just
the thing. Yeah, I mean,
let's all
it's not
just
hadn't been around long
change it.
enough to
Let's change
study.
the subject, really. Fuck it. The vaccine, we shouldn't have talked about it. Too touchy.
Yeah, it's I ain't gonna lie,
Mm,
Brendan, it's pretty damn heated.
yeah. Well, look, God
Listen, man.
bless everybody, regardless of, what decisions you've made. I hope all of us are able to see the other side of all of this. And you know, that's my main main goal is try to see everybody that, that's here now to be able to live out there, the rest of the intended existence. It's what I want
Hey,
for
you
myself, and
guys,
that's
you
what I
guys,
want for my neighbor, whether you're a mile away or 5,000 miles away.
yeah, that's positive, man. I love it. Hey, I appreciate everybody's passion and stuff,
No,
but don't
it's
don't
not.
come at don't come at my homie like that, man. Jeez, chill. Damn, it's all new to everybody, man.
Perspective can change the way we see and think about all anything. So, I mean, when you only have one way of seeing it, you know you're limiting yourself. So you know, maybe listen to some other ideas before you know, settle on one thing. And maybe it's, you know, too late. I mean, it's really never too late, at least to understand. But if you've, you know, taken the step, there's no turning back.
Get vaccinated.
Hey, do you guys follow the NFL at all?
Not really.
Yeah,
What
I'm not
about
into it.
what
I
about
mean, not
college?
lately. I'm out of everything now. Like I'm so into like politics and world events. I don't even have time. And with my channel and shit, fucking let's watch a video and maybe we can cool down a little bit. It was I played this video after you left yesterday. I'm gonna play it again. It's about the Haiti coups and stuff. Y'all check it out.
Major demonstrations continue to rock Haiti as protesters demand that U.S.-backed President Jovenel Moïse step down from office. On February 7th, his constitutional mandate to rule ended, but instead of holding new elections or stepping down, he's just staying put. For almost 2 years now, there have been daily mass protests demanding Moïse step down over extreme corruption, including the embezzlement of billions of dollars for social programs. These demonstrations have been met with severe violence, many times with the assistance of occupying United Nations troops. But while Haiti has drawn the attention of the world, it's a good time to revisit the history of not just how Moïse ended up in power, but how the American empire has determined the destiny of the Haitian people for generations. Haiti, once known as the crown jewel of the French Empire, was a center of the slave trade. But in 1791, an unprecedented slave revolution swept the island, driving out the French and then defeating the Spanish and British empires. During this war for liberation, America's noble founding fathers jumped into the fray. People like George Washington, Thomas Jefferson, and other slave-owning politicians rushed financial and political support to their slave-owning counterparts in Haiti. Against all empires, the Haitian people were victorious, and in 1804 established the first ever free Black Republic. In those early years of Haitian independence, the United States had barely started to become an empire. In the late 19th and 20th century, after completing the vicious colonization of native land from coast to coast, this baby empire took its first steps as a territorial empire. In 1915, U.S. Marines invaded Haiti. The first act of the invading Marines was to seize all the gold from Haitian banks and transfer it to the National City Bank of New York. All of Haiti's banks were put under the control of American banks. The United States announced that Haiti was now under the rule of a new constitution, a constitution written by Franklin D. Roosevelt, who, of course, was not Haitian. This new constitution allowed the purchase of Haitian land by foreign capitalists, which began immediately. But with revolution in their blood, the Haitian masses fought back against this new colonial rule. The most famous and beloved leader in the anti-occupation movement was Charlemagne Perrault. So the U.S. Marine Corps hunted down Perrault, executed him, tied his dead body to a door, and paraded it through the streets of Haiti for all to see. They had a photographer capture an image of the national hero's mutilated corpse, put it on a leaflet, and dropped thousands of them from airplanes all across the island. American rule of Haiti began with acts of sheer terrorism like this. The U.S. military occupied Haiti and ruled it as an outright colony for 20 years. But colonial rule gave way to neo-colonialism, where the United States installed total puppets, but with rigged elections so they could pretend to be supporters of democracy. But even that was short-lived. In the 1950s and the 30 years that followed, the United States gave up on the veneer of democracy and backed the brutal dictatorship of the Duvalier dynasty. This was total fascist rule. Suspension of elections, suspension of all political rights, no free press, thousands of political prisoners subject to brutal torture, and the use of assassinations and executions against activists and organizers, including massacres of entire villages identified as anti-Duvalier that entire time. The United States supported the dictatorship with aid and protection from U.S. Marines. In exchange, U.S. corporations were able to use Haiti as a sweatshop, with slave-like labor laws and free reign over its resources. Following the end of the U.S.-backed Duvalier dictatorship in 1986, the Haitian people have twice elected left-wing liberation theologian Jean-Bertrand Aristide president. The first time was in 1990. But just 8 months after he took office and committed the crimes of things like raising the minimum wage from $1 a day to $2.50 a day, the CIA orchestrated a coup that removed him from power. During the coup, US-backed forces massacred hundreds of unarmed Aristide supporters protesting the regime change operation. Washington installed a World Bank stooge in his place. But Aristide would return and win the presidential election again in the year 2000. He continued social reforms that made it harder for American corporations to use Haiti as the most destitute, hyper-exploited sweatshop possible. So in 2004, the CIA planned and executed another coup. U.S. Marines again invaded Haiti, kidnapped Aristide from his home, and took him out of the country.
Hold on for a second. Hold on for a second, please. President Aristide resigned. He has left his country. The Constitution of Haiti is working. It's the beginning of a new chapter in the country's history. Would urge the people of Haiti to reject violence, to give this break from the past a chance to work, and the United States is prepared to help. Thank you.
UN troops replaced American forces as political cover, and they remain until this day under the guise of providing aid. When I went to Haiti as a journalist in 2012, there were UN troops everywhere, patrolling streets and manning security towers. And for a country that's so rich in resources and receives billions of dollars in aid, the level of extreme poverty was shocking. Both the UN occupation and the economic catastrophe fuel the protest movement today. Aristide's ouster in 2004 began another era of rotating US puppets ruling Haiti. In 2011, US-backed candidate Michel Martelly came in third place in the election, but the United States, using its tool, the Organization of American States, installed him as president anyway. Current besieged president Jovenel Moïse is Michel Martelly's predecessor and close ally, appointed by him to be the presidential candidate in 2015. In an election with only 20% voter turnout, Moïse supposedly received 32% of the vote. However, an investigation by journalists at the Haiti Sentinel found that Moïse likely received just 6% of the vote. But despite clear evidence of fraud, he was declared president anyway. Today, he remains in office despite his term ending, given protection from Biden and the US empire. And it seems Biden actually made the situation worse with his statement of support. See, just 24 hours after Biden made the official declaration that Moïse should be in power at least another year, the regime began a crackdown on opponents, even illegally jailing a Supreme Court justice who disagreed with his claim to power, and rounded up dozens of other dissidents, including journalists. With Washington's backing, the violent repression of demonstrations went into full swing. Ever since the US empire invaded and occupied Haiti more than a century ago, it's had its boot on the neck of the Haitian people. Today, they're fighting for the right to stand up, and the world needs to stand with them, especially here in the US, which has been robbing them of the future they want for far too long.
What'd you think about that, man? It's heavy, heavy, heavy stuff right there.
Man, you talking about that's another touchy situation or conversation as well, because man, like we was saying from the last video, like I mean, the way that they've handled Haiti since shoot since the 1800s, because it's what 1804 when they broke free. Then since then, I mean, man, it's just been crazy. Like there's no sense, there's no way that you know a country, like she said at the end, like they have so many resources that the, the majority of the people are broke, like it's
It
impoverished.
doesn't make sense.
No,
It doesn't make sense.
it really doesn't. I love Miss Infinity Beauty. Was it Infinity Charms?
Yeah.
It seems like we think alike. You know what I'm saying?
And Haiti is my heart, y'all. And if anybody that's been following my channel know I go back and forth to Haiti because I'm planning on that to be my specialty. I'm an academic and I study anthropology, and Caribbean is what I'm into, and especially Haiti. I think that I'm gonna go to graduate school and I'm gonna specialize in Haiti because the whole thing, Haiti is so important in the geopolitical and the new world and the way the world is today. You can go back to the Caribbean because the new the way the world is now was created in the Caribbean. And people, to understand the way the world is now, they have to go to the Caribbean. And then once you go to the Caribbean, you have to go to Haiti because that's where the
Well, and
heavy information is.
Well, and that's why a lot of the slave trade went there, was because of the heavy influence. Oh, where's my camera? Yeah. But however, the heavy influence that it made, and then especially for France, throughout time, and I guess now, is something that's been kind of mixed between the you know the forces, because if the UN is there, it's not just this country or that country that's occupying it. It's a concerted effort to be able to make sure those resources are distributed in a way that they see fit. So when they're not concerned about the people, they just want to use them for their the sweat off their brow, and they reap all of the benefits. It's heartbreaking, man. Like there's no way that you know like this is like the president that raised the minimum wage from $1 a day to $2 a day. He got to go.
And
Like
if you look at history, that's why they killed Gaddafi. I mean, it's so many. Patrice Lumumba, it's so many.
Yeah.
It's so many. If you really help your people, that's the reason why what people don't understand why Africa have so many corrupt leaders. It's because if you get in there and really help the people, then somebody coming to fuck you up, bro. They might as well just take their check and look out for your friends and family, because they coming.
Yeah, and since they had this earthquake, it allowed a lot of uh minerals that came out of that is very like the iridium. If you don't know what iridium is, man, it is worth probably, like, they have like, you could say a whole mountain of it, which is worth like trillions on top of trillions of dollars just for the iridium. And if you think about, like, their soil is still very rich because they have all of this natural minerals that's populating the soil, to strengthen the soil. Shoot, anything you grow down there is gonna come out strong. So
But I want to say a few things though. One thing is the most valuable commodity on the planet is human beings. I think people forget that is humans are worth more than gold or any nutrient. So they're going there and extracting humans too, for all different
well,
kinds of stuff, human trafficking, all different kinds of stuff,
I
and
know the
and
trafficking.
also they got the damn hurricane or tropical storm came right after the damn earthquake. They just be catching hell. And then, I don't know if people know that, like, you can earthquakes are natural, but if you can put enough pressure energy into a space, maybe you can trigger a earthquake that was coming. That's one thing I want to say. And also I want to say is, if you want to extract resources from a place, it kind of benefits you for it to be chaotic, so you can get the low prices and the area where you're working. You want it to be safe, but if you got military that can keep all that safe, you good while you're extracting these resources.
Yeah, but I think they're actually still using the people to extract it. Like they're using the people of the land to extract it so that they can make whatever they can, still. But they don't get any benefit. And I don't know what the pay is now, because I mean, we're talking about in the 90s, where, I remember where, we were maybe trying to get from, two something dollars an hour to, at least four something an
And that's the
hour.
other part of it, because I played a video yesterday. I might still have it. I might play it, but they was talking about how they treat Haiti like a slave shop. Like, I mean, not a slave shop, like what do you call it? A sweatshop or whatever. Really,
Oh
really,
yeah.
really cheap labor, because the people are willing to get paid pennies because they hungry as hell.
Yeah. I mean, it's all about survival, and you're gonna work with what you got, because I mean, I'll never discredit them as a people, because they're one of us. I mean, we're all the same, and their circumstances are different, and I understand, those that can make it out and you know come, maybe make it to the north to be able to have a better life. But
And
like.
immigration is really hard on Haitians. They're one of the groups that have a hard time getting visas and getting, and especially becoming like a citizen and shit like that. You know,
Yeah, I mean, I know the possibility of what Infinite is saying too, because there are different technologies that can push these things from you know make these things actually happen. So maybe it wasn't as natural as we like to think, but I mean, overall, we really have to look at the fact that these are some things that happen regardless of how it came about, that these people are dealing with, you know right in their face. You know what I'm saying? That just imagine, which hopefully that doesn't come here, but just think about something like that actually happening here in America. Just imagine how things could would be if we were dealing with that hands on. So that I definitely feel for them very deeply on that.
my heart goes out to them, man. They're catching hell. A lot of part people don't understand is like the embargoes and not being able to trade, and then, like I say, extracting the resources. They don't have hardly no lumber because they didn't went over there and plundered all the damn lumber. It's so sad, bro. It's
And then
so sad. They don't give
them
them a
being,
chance.
are they still growing sugar?
I don't get me to lying. I'm sure they have, because the environment is really good for that, but I don't know that specifically.
Because that was the crack. Before crack was crack, that was
Yeah.
sugar was the crack for the world, and
And a lot
they
of people don't understand that. That's a really important part of history, because that's what drove a part of the slavery. Because that was a big, huge before to. I want to say before tobacco. Sugar was before
yeah,
tobacco.
it
The
was that
early
it was during the same periods, but the tobacco was more here in North America. We talking about Central South America, where yeah, the sugar was more prevalent, like just like we had sugar here, sugar, cotton, and all that. Um, you know, well, I didn't. What she said? So, oh wow, thank you so much. I appreciate that. Um, Oh, politically correct. I try to be to an extent because we want to keep these airwaves open and to at least try to you know, stay available for the people. So I try my best, but you know, at times you know, I can't help myself. Um, but however, that that industry is what really, you know, made them so angry. Like a lot of the laws that they put in place from England during that time, because like even they became free, but they still, they owe such debt to where they still had no freedom. So it's uh it's crazy, you know what I'm saying? It it really at this point in time they should not be suffering the way that they've been suffering, even through the destructions, whether it's earthquakes, whether it's tropical storms, hurricanes or whatever,
And
like
I
because
watched
of
this.
how important they are, just because of how important they are to the economic system,
Right.
that they shouldn't have.
And the history of creating and their revolution was the first revolution. That one kind of sparked or led to like the French Revolution and the American Revolution. But damn, it made me forget what I was gonna say. Damn it, I lost it, bro. You said something that made me I wanted to jump on, but I lost it now. Spoken too much and reading these comments is throwing me off too. But thank y'all for everything, bro. Like y'all become a part of the show. That's what I want. I want everybody's opinions and thoughts because I feel like people learn from that. And that's what I'm trying to do is build a community where people can learn and go out there. The point of this, like I say, I want you to
Well,
be an activist. Go ahead.
yeah, I mean, if the sister wants to come on, she can come on and say her piece. If she like, I mean,
Yeah.
the floor is open. So, anybody that wants to come on, like I said, I mean, just be respectful of the, platform, and let's not get too crazy. But we will kick you off if it gets too crazy. But we looking for some great dialogue, trialogue,
And
whatever.
you can join with just audio too. It doesn't have you don't have to give video if you're not comfortable with that.
Yeah.
He say they would survive. I think my point was it was something having to do with Haiti. If we just leave them alone, bro. If we just leave them alone, they'll probably be all right. Like he say, they really strong people, and and if we just leave them alone, I think they'll be fine. You know, and oh, that's what it was. The freaking money. All the freaking money, because like where did all the money go all these times? Like in all the times, man, the Clinton Foundation and all of that shit, the Red
That was something
Cross.
I was gonna bring up, but I didn't,
But
because that was
it's
one of
so
the things that I'm
touchy.
still angry about,
It's so
because
touchy. I watched a documentary about how a lot of money was spent. They built a monument over there. They built some kind of fucking facility. Like a whole bunch of money went into this beautiful ass like monument. Damn, we lost them. Anyways, a whole bunch of money went to this beautiful ass monument over there in Haiti. Instead of the money going to help anyone, they built this fucking monstrosity. It's beautiful, but it doesn't help nobody for shit. Pat, it says device. It says they will need to connect their mic cam before you can add them to the stream. So you need to click on something or something for me to kid you back in there. What she say? The Clinton administration, the gentrification in Harlem. Yeah, man. I'm even scared to talk about that shit because of people got suicided behind. That's some real ass shit. It's not as big now, but in the past, because all that money came up missing, they funneled a lot of. I think the Clinton. I'm gonna be careful how I say this, but the Clinton Foundation could be it could be a money laundering apparatus, you know, and also related to human trafficking, sex trafficking, all that shit related to Epstein and all that shit. Yeah, so Pat, it still says it says they will need to connect their mic cam before you can add them to the stream. That's what it's telling me. What is the link, Christopher, Doc, Paul? What is the link? Haiti, where all the money's gone. Oh, that probably explains what I was talking about. Yeah, because I went down that rabbit hole, and like I say, that's some really scary shit. And like I say, whenever you want to know what's going on, you want to see where'd the money go. That's the question, you know. Like they say, follow the money. If you really want to know what's happening, go look up the money and see where the money went. Who got paid? He said, I'd be scared to touch on certain subjects before they shut down. Boogeyman comes. Yeah, I be careful. They already gave me. I still got a strike on my. I got a community guideline strike, and they shut it down my channel for a week. And that it was about the Bovid and stuff. So I still be real careful about talking about that. Non-governmental NGOs and private contractors have been intermediate recipients of most of these funds. The government of Haiti has received just 1% of humanitarian aid and somewhere between 15 and 21% of longer-term relief aid. Yeah, man. So where the hell? And like the NGOs and the private contractors, and that's what I say, the money always pours into the private contractors and the NGO companies. You ask where the money went, that's where it went. And then it went into some pockets of some government officials, so they won't say nothing. And it probably went into some pockets of some like arms dealers and kind of like guerrilla type proxy as fake as controlled opposition groups. Damn, Pat. We need Pat. Because my mouth is dry already. I'll be on this hoe doing a whole bunch of talking all the time. All the time. She said, where did Ogun go? Yeah, he is a whole vibe, bro. I'm waiting for him. I know he's trying to click back in. He's having some kind of technical difficulties. I guess while we try to get him back, I'm gonna play something.
With Pfizer announcing that they anticipate making $35 billion in revenue from vaccines this year, and Moderna announcing at least $18 to $20 billion in revenue, I think it's time that we start asking the question, there's a little bit of a conflict of interest here when it comes to how these pharmaceutical companies are handling this pandemic. Like I said, Pfizer anticipates making about $35 billion this year, and Moderna plans on making about $18 to $20 billion. And it's not all that much of a surprise that they have such high hopes for their profits, considering they just raised the prices of vaccines in the EU now that AstraZeneca has fallen out of favor with the people there. As you can see here, Pfizer's shot will jump up from the equivalent of $18.40 to $23. And Moderna's will jump from $22.60 to $30.30. Even in the US, Pfizer charges $19.50 per dose, while Moderna charges $15 per dose. So all this information begs the question, what makes these particular companies so confident that they can make that amount of profit charging so much for each dose of a vaccine when there's so much competition out there and with several other companies and countries making their own vaccines? Well, the answer is actually probably simpler than you might think. Exclusivity. See, the reason why pharmaceutical companies like Pfizer and Moderna get exclusivity when it comes to the vaccines is because institutions like the FDA, the WHO, and others only approve certain vaccines. And somehow, some way, Moderna and Pfizer have managed to be at the top of that list for most of the Western world. How do they achieve that? Well, of course, it's money. Duh. What's new? See, the reason Pfizer and Moderna get to benefit from such exclusivity is because they spend massive amounts of money on campaigns and lobbying Congress and the EU, so they don't have to worry about competition, even though they're supposedly competing in a capitalist society. 5 pharmaceutical companies made the top 10 spending lists for both campaign contributions and lobbying, including Pfizer. Congressional candidates received a total of $214 million, while presidential candidates received a total of $19.3 million. The top 40 recipients from each chamber of Congress received $45 million of all contributions to congressional candidates. 39 of those were members of committees with control over health-related legislation, and 24 of them held senior level positions in those committees. And these were numbers recorded over the last 20 years, which means they've had 20 years of influence in our legislature. Now, Pfizer, who just raised prices in the EU for their vaccines, reports spending between 800,000 euros and 900,000 euros per year on its EU lobbying. The company has a Brussels lobbying office and 4 lobbyists with permanent European Parliament access passes. But the transparency register also shows it hired 3 lobby consultancies to boost its influence, on which Pfizer spent between 950,000 euros and 1.2 million euros per year. Mind you, this is actually a gross underrepresentation of Pfizer's actual influence because EU unfortunately has traditionally non-transparent finance laws when it comes to lobbying. So once again,
got you. You're back.
Yeah, man. I think they heard what I was talking about and shut me down. No, I'm just kidding.
You never know. You
Nah,
never know,
man.
bro.
Nah, my battery was low and I plugged it up a little while ago, but you know. So
Sometimes it be that because when I be on my phone, I notice that the mic or whatever, because it'll go to save energy mode or something, and then it won't give you access to, to your stuff like that.
Yeah, I saw you play the video, but I didn't really get a chance to.
But that's okay because we already went down that road. I don't really want to open that conversation up again.
Yeah, look, I've gotten attacked more tonight than I've ever been attacked. So, but it is what it is. I mean, we're dealing with something, and just speak my mind.
Well,
but you were done with the whole Haitian talk because I heard you say something about the whole Clinton Foundation, and now that's that thing that really upset me because like they took in millions of dollars, and just from well, I say her, but to that foundation. So thank you. Yeah, I had a little battery issue. I think I waited too late to plug my phone in, and it just shut me down. But yeah, I'm back. But yeah, I keep saying she because I guess nowadays I refer to the Clintons as
Hillary.
Yeah. So
Go
and
ahead.
she was heading most of that stuff to begin with, her and her daughter. But they took in all this money, but then there was never any kind of anybody ask about what did they do with that money or whatever. They just get quiet and they don't say a word. So I mean, and that's not the only group, because the Red Cross and there was other private people that put money together that but I mean the one person that I think that really could speak out more about what happened with the money that they pulled up were able to put together was what's the artist the guitar dude what's from Haiti.
Santana.
No, he was running for president there at one
Oh,
point with
yeah, you're talking about Wyclef.
Wycliffe, yeah, like he's the only one that really, you could really say, he was willing to say what kind of stuff, was being done with it. But I mean, if he came up with a few $1 million, I mean, during that time, I mean, if people was able to get some food and some water and this, that, and the other, that water's gone. I mean, that money's gone fast. But for just the sake that these other people can collect money and say it's for that you know movement or whatever, and they just never speak up about it. It just kind of tells me a whole nother story about who they are, you know, which leads to a lot of how I see the world now, you know. Yeah.
So what more you want to say anything more about? You said you went down that rabbit hole of like the Clinton Foundation and like donations and the money and shit.
Well,
We only went
that's not
surface
that's
level.
not. Yeah, I wouldn't really say rabbit hole. That was something that, of course, yeah, during that time of when they had taken in all that money and the period afterwards, that was a part of a discussion during that time, and you know, they didn't want to speak up about what happened to it, and I think they just pocketed it. Like I said, I mean, we don't, a lot of people don't realize how much these people really hold grudges, even though they weren't here during the time of when Haiti, took their land back and called it their own. They, what I'm saying, in my opinion, they've held on to that grudge for ancestors. So they do their best to make sure that they don't give them a hand up,
And
because if they give them that power, I mean, if they and really the power is still something to be worked on for any group, but with the money that's coming in, that would at least help them out be able to survive better on their own.
and they should be able to handle their own money, like and do it with the people. So yeah. So, but I always want to say though is that what people got to understand is you can't blame just Hillary or whatever and her daughter or whatever. Because what I'm saying is like it's the whole European powers are against Haiti. Ever since the Haitian Revolution.
Well,
France,
Well, and that's
UK.
the thing. Well, that's the thing. I mean, because you got to think about it when we're talking about war. You know, they, they don't speak in the sense of one person, one idea. It's them and their allies. So they're not going to do anything to upset their allies, which is the English, the French, the British, a lot of the European countries. So that's where,
The European Union.
yeah, the Union,
So they going up against the whole. They just one little old country, a little old half of an island,
hmm
and they going against the whole European Union.
yeah, yep.
It's sad, so sad.
So those grudges are still there.
I think so too. Um, I think I want to switch the subject to the homeless. Yeah, I ain't gonna say they're good people, bro. I'm not on their side, and they did do some horrible. They definitely did some horrible things because that's why. Do y'all know who? What's his name? Assange, Julian Assange, and WikiLeaks, and all of that. And that's the reason why they say that she didn't win the election. And a lot of that came out through WikiLeaks. A lot of that information came out through WikiLeaks. And they prosecuting Julian Assange till this day. They don't like people who whistleblow. They don't like snitches, bro.
Well, and
Snitches get
well,
stitches. They
it's
get found
especially
in ditches.
especially when
And
it
they go to
goes against
prison.
them. Especially when it goes against them. But I could, just based on, the things that I've seen and I understand about how um, the certain party moves, if we hadn't had that little interruption in between, Obama and, if Hillary would have gone into office, we would have seen this sooner. What we're going through right now. I mean,
and I think that Trump wasn't a reaction to Obama.
It was. It really was. But I mean, a lot of them know the background and the history. The route. They know, like, a lot of these people are, how they're connected, and also understand what type of direction they're trying to go in. So, yeah, they pulled together to try to get their strength, but then they kind of put the ball down to where they allowed a lot of the propaganda that they pinned against him to get him kicked out. Because I mean, for them, their agenda, it means that much to them, for them to lie, cheat, and steal to get back in office. Whatever it's gonna take for them to get more stuff done. So
I think there's some truth to that, because that has to do with that neoliberal agenda stuff. Because remember what we said about how, like, the LGBTQ thing, like Obama being president, like, he didn't do nothing for black people, but he did stuff for LGBTQ, and like Black Lives Matter turned into LGBTQ.
Mm-hmm. I'm like little Nas DX. I love it. Yeah. And if it wasn't him, it would have been somebody that would have still represented that position. And that's the thing that we can't forget, is that they don't they can give a shit less about that dude. It's
They're
what
using
they're
him.
able to use. Yeah, it's what they're able to use him for. So I mean, I'm not gonna forget he's one of our brothers, but at the same time, I'm still upset with him for allowing himself to be used that way. You know, especially
I agree.
the way it came through, man. That was, shit. I was jamming to this little song. The Old Town Road crap. You know what I'm saying? And then before you know it, here we come with all the fuckery. Yeah, I mean, he ain't gonna do no harm. It's the rest of them that can snap a finger to make something happen. Yeah, he really is. I saw some of the latest stuff on the internet with his stomach all out. It is sick. It's crazy, man. Like,
Where are we going in as a world? Like, no disrespect to LGBTQ, but like, what is happening, bro? When you got a man can't have, as far as I know, can a man can't carry a baby, right? I mean, I don't want to be confused.
you just confused me. Like, how the hell you asking that question? I mean, based on what kind of that maybe they do have some technologies
That's
that's
what I'm saying.
because I mean, because through what I saw, because it was a video when they brought it up, they reminded me of this movie from the '90s with Danny DeVito and what the governor of California, the old governor, what's his name?
Schwarzenegger.
Schwarzenegger, yeah.
Yeah.
They had that movie years ago where that same idea, and with all this AI stuff that's going on, the cloning that's been going on, I mean, you never know.
I don't know. Maybe they could put a womb into a man.
Man, you look, I'm laughing.
I know I just fucked your head all up.
Man, that's some wild stuff, bro. These people, but I mean, the what's really bad
Because
is
I
that
saw this couple, bro. Did you see the clip? It went viral. It's a couple, right? The couple.
mhm. A couple about what?
Wait, let me tell you. there's a couple, right? It's like the girl is a guy and the guy is a girl. So, but the girl got pregnant. She's like the stud, right? She's the guy in the relationship. She's the masculine one in the relationship. She's a
Yeah.
stud. She got pregnant, and so, but the other one is a guy that dresses as a girl, but he still has male parts. So he got her pregnant. So they're having a baby together as a couple, except she's a stud and he's, and there's like a picture, it's viral. It's a video of them together, and he's dressed as a female, and and the picture is so odd because she's dressed as a stud and her stomach is poking out, big, pregnant, and it's just
That's crazy, bro. I mean, the thought that I was having is that they'll go against all odds to destruct nature. You know what I'm saying? Like that's to me, that's what their whole plan is, we're we are nature. We are, you know what I'm saying? Like our existence comes from nature, and for them, they want to destroy all of that. Even if it comes down to even us individually. But I think they know that overall, after everything is said and done, uh, by them destroying the rest of nature, that will destroy us. You know, so I mean, but that's that whole Roman idea that those Roman antics is a part of what has led us to all of this. I don't know if you saw, what the stuff that I told you to send Deshaun the other day with the cross and the ankh and all that kind of stuff. I mean, those symbols tell you like they wanted to take the whole female, the feminine aspect out of it, and add a male aspect on top of another aspect, a male aspect. So, I mean that's says a lot. So.
and like Jay Lethal be talking about, does the yoni respect the phallus? And it's like, what I be saying is I see a lot of toxic masculinity, but it's coming from females. And I be talking about how masculinity and femininity is just degrees. It's not necessarily related to
Agenda.
gender at all, and it's not necessarily related to sexual preference at all. And I think that people just get all that lost.
Well, they take it from they're not looking at the scientific perspective of it because I mean, all those definitions mean something. You know, we all have those, some of those qualities, and a man is supposed to have the least of the feminine, and vice versa. The women, females are supposed to have the least of the masculine. Just based on our, chromosomes, our our genetic, our makeup. So, yeah, femininity can come, we got a lot of guys that's, you know, holds a lot of the feminine traits. And so this, women have a lot, it's, I hate to say that I don't think it's the majority uh yet, but it's definitely having an impact, and that's something that we gotta make sure that we continue to fight against, or at least show the importance of us continuing our roles, you know what I'm saying? And showing, women need to know that them being feminine is not a weak thing. You know what I'm saying? It's actually, you know, one of the stronger things that they, like that's where their strength really comes from. That's why we'll do all that we do to try to have them by our side. You know what I'm saying? So
And that's what's getting lost, right? The yin and the yang, the plug and the socket. If we fit together, we're parts of a whole. We don't function properly without the other. And it's like, the society is telling the women that they don't need a man, and they just got their car and they got their job, and they got their loft,
Oh no,
and and they
no, I
got their
saw.
Louis Vuitton, and they good. They got their red bottoms, they
Hey,
good.
no, I
And
saw
even
the
even
quote to
the,
that.
the men are sperm donors to them, just to give them a baby, and they keep them around just long enough, whatever, and then so they can control the life completely the way they want to, because society is telling them they don't need a man in their life at all. They can just
Well,
order
no,
everything from Amazon.
well, no. Look, one of my Facebook groups I was in, somebody put the quote up that they said they tell men to do the right thing, and then they tell women to do the right thing for them. That shit hit
Mm.
me. I was like, wow, that's pretty much what's going on. You don't have to necessarily do
And
the
I
right
can agree
thing.
with that, because I watch how the moms raise their kids. I pay attention to stuff like that, anthropology. I'm always watching people, and they're the boys, they raise the boys different from the way they raise the girls, and the boys tend to be more nicer, or more have more manners, or whatever, kind of like, or whatever, like they teach them to be more respectful. I would say, and then and they let the girls be a lot more disrespectful, and a lot more like, you get what I'm saying?
Yeah, and a lot of that stuff is just misguided because I think most mothers are trying to do the right thing for um their kids because based on the chances of a boy going out and getting killed by the cops, or coming into some kind of whatever, they're trying to teach them how to be able to be, I guess, somewhat passive so that they don't get hurt that way. And then for the girls is that the whole idea that a man will up and leave you and this that, like a lot of it has been misguided. Whereas, regardless of what, our, you know, government may be doing and whatever, other people are doing, we need to just try to do our best to stick with nature, because I mean that's the highest order of law there is, universal law. You know, that's where natural law comes from. So the best we can do is to try to stick to that as much as possible, not to try to be over religious or, anything like that. Just, you know, have that balance. Learn to have that balance where, you can accept the other in your life and it not be, you know, like pulling teeth, you know. It's it's pretty sad. Like I even know some people who were raised where, with the father in their home and this, that, and the other, to where maybe the father had become passive and, not really putting their foot down to say, hey, look at me. I'm an example of what, you know, a man is. And, I've never been harsh or, harmful to any of y'all. So, do you think they stop with me? You know what I'm saying? Like, I think a lot of this stuff has to be reassessed, and, everybody kind of realize that we all fucked up at, some point.
And that's
And
really tough, because what I think what you're saying, it goes deep, because it goes way back to like slavery, and coming out of slavery and Jim Crow and all of that shit. Like you said, the mom is wants to protect her son. She doesn't want him to go out in the world and get hurt. So
yeah,
she teaches him to behave in a certain way. And then the female, she's worried about her getting like raped and misused. So she want her to be more, more
strong,
masculine and more rough.
tough. Yeah.
And you can't blame the mom for that, right?
No. Yeah. I mean, and like I said, I mean, I think it all comes from a genuine place. Because I mean, I've seen it even in my own family. So I mean, I think it really comes from a genuine place, but at the same time, it's something that's still very much misguided because of what the world has become.
And it's I think it's left over from slavery, and it's also kind of related to the like how we beat our kids and how we get put them out the house when they 18. You know
Oh
what I
yeah.
mean?
Well,
Because I
but see,
say
but that's a construct that
that's
was fed,
abuse.
that well, it's a construct that was fed to us, that even the people that we ate it up from don't exercise those same principles. Like telling us to get it, pull yourself up by your bootstraps, but at the same time, they make sure they raising uh trust, what you call it, tr- bank trust babies, or whatever you call it. They got money saved up and ready for them to start up. A lot of, of course, everybody's not in that same position, but the people that was feeding us that crap, they setting their family up for the next generation to be bigger than what they were when they were here. So we got to stop listening to BS and just get back to what makes sense for ourselves.
Yep. I don't spank my kids. I don't never. I probably spanked Anaya once, and the other two kids never got none.
Yeah,
I don't believe it.
I've gotten on my son once or twice, and I mostly talk, but if and the only reason why I did that was pretty much to just to, and it wasn't like no beating, you know what I'm saying, just to really get his attention and let him know I'm serious. Uh, Trust fund babies, yes, that's exactly the term I was looking for. But however, but yeah, like I've gotten on Patrick a couple times to just to kind of get his mind right, and he's already a good kid. You know he's a kid. You know what I'm saying? So I'm not gonna totally throw away the whole, you know, uh, I think kids that sometimes do need some discipline, some tough discipline, but because I mean, talking didn't always work for me. You know what I'm saying? He's another me, you know, but yeah.
Yep. And the father in the household is so huge, right? And then we was talking about this whole the LGBTQ thing and how like basically, you trying to build an empire. If you're an LGBTQ, you're not making no babies, and like I said, we were saying the fathers in the household and the mom don't need no man. A lot of households don't have a father in it. And these
But it,
kids
but
don't even have no.
but there's an ego that ends up coming along with that because as much as something that, because I mean you think about the psychological effects of what you've been raised and told by mama, grandma, aunts and uncles and this, that, and the other. You build up an ego of okay, and you start to believe this whole idea you don't need a man. And like, I mean, yeah, we could, I guess, all try to go down that road, but that's just not way nature intended it. Y'all need us just as much as we need y'all. You know what I'm saying? So it doesn't make sense for us to go along that path because it only benefits others for us to follow down that road that they
And
may
you know
be
what
going
kills
down.
me? The representation of black people in the media tends to always be that LGBTQ. Like almost always, like it's the gay, the black guy or the black chick is the gay character.
Well, that's what they want to promote because that's that goes back to like our conversation the other night, or it might have been last night, with the our image, our public image is to make the world see us as degenerates. Like, even though those same people exist in all of our families, but the way that they promote it on TV is a whole nother scenario, because if it's a white person or even an Asian or whatever that is gay, they're not quite as flamboyant, or to the point of where they're um, promoting something that's totally destructive to their family. So, but for us, I guess, we are some of the biggest influencers of the world, especially through hip hop. You know, that's where, they try to utilize us to try to push an agenda, and at the same time to discredit us as a people. Yeah.
Like it goes hand in hand, and also with not splitting the nuts. That's a part of the history that I think a lot of people tend to forget, and I like to bring it up over and over. During slavery, after slavery, they had a thing with black guys' nuts, their testicles. They really had a thing with that, and
The phallus.
right, and it wasn't just LGBTQ, but it was also having to do with not making babies, black babies. So that's another part. It goes hand in hand because, like I say, if they're LGBTQ, then they're not making babies for the most part.
hmm Well, I mean, that's a part of also the depopulation agenda as well. It's not just one thing that they're focusing on trying to bring down the population. That is a part of it as well. So, but this is another destructive
That's what I was
way.
saying without saying those words.
I'm sorry. I try. Couldn't. All right, moving on. But that's the same idea. You know what I'm saying? The same agenda.
Goes hand in hand.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Does it
and we was
even in
talking about.
Hollywood? What, expound. What does she mean by that? Even in Hollywood.
I think because like we was talking about in the other video, how like in music, the evil that's in music and in Hollywood, and how it pushes that LGBTQ, and also human trafficking and sex trafficking, underage trafficking, and all that shit.
What I'm saying, you can tell who's going and who's not. I think that's the part that I was talking about.
Yeah, I don't know what she means. Who's taking it and who's not? Who's bending over and who's not? I don't know.
Oh, maybe, I guess. You know, it's
Because
so crazy.
it's unfortunate. You take a person, it's just like what we were saying about the people in Haiti. They are willing to work for cheap wages. So you take these people in America, and you want to make them rich and famous, and they want to be rich and famous so bad. They've been watching TV their whole life, and they're willing to do literally anything, like literally anything, whatever the hell they tell them to do, they're gonna do that shit.
Yeah. Well, yeah. I heard him talking about that guy that just recently, I guess, killed himself or whatever. Something Michael Williams or something. Michael K. Williams, I think, and they were saying how, I guess how Hollywood kind of chewed him up and spit him out, putting, supposedly a straight guy doing, gay roles, and I'm sensitive to the whole, like, I hate that the guy, is dead and whatever pushed him to it. But at the same time, I think we have to have a certain level of responsibility and not to be so greedy, because I mean I was in the entertainment field when I was younger, and could have, gone further than what I went, but then you start seeing certain things and you just don't truly connect to it, you know, that's your sign to exit stage left. You know what I'm saying? And
Me that because I
some of
dabbled
us,
in music too, and
yeah, I mean, it didn't mean
so
that much to me. Like it was one of my dreams. I mean, I still, you know, I would like to have more control over, uh, you know, what I'm gonna be doing. And if I don't have that kind of control, then, you know, I might as well just not do it.
and I
That's
want to say I don't watch none of that Tyler Perry stuff, man. I don't watch none of that stuff, and all of those damn
anymore.
black movie, all those black movies, they feed us trash, man. The movies be trash mostly and brainwashing ass fucking stupid shit, bro. Like they be on
Well,
some dumb thing. They think black people don't want complex movies like with complex plots and and real like stories. They give us these damn fucking run of the mill like
but
romance novel type stories that are so simplistic that you can predict the whole damn movie at the beginning.
yeah, but I mean, even as far
Be
back as
trash.
those black exploitation movies, like I mean, black people wanted to see love,
And the
you know,
funny shit don't be funny to me. It be disrespectful to black people. It be like making black people.
just the worst stereotypes.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah. Yeah, but I mean, it's almost like, you know, as a people, we're not mature enough to want, you know, just good, you know, rom-coms or, uh, you know, respectful movies. I mean, why can't we have some more sci-fi, you know, movies that, you know, really can teach and, you know, something. You know, to me, it's like it was an addiction. Yeah, I wonder what led to that addiction. Yeah, yeah, but you know, it's almost like we promote the worst of ourselves, and you know, because I mean, yeah, it's entertainment. Yeah, you can get a kick out of it. You know, I've been caught up watching some of that stuff too. You know, Real Housewives, or you know, the craziness watching it with my sister-in-law or whatever. But at the same time, it's like, how in the hell, you know, we gonna let the, you know, the world to see us in an image? Because I think they know that, you know, we're bound to be back, you know, in our rightful place as, you know, running, you know, in power. But if, you know, the world still looks at us a certain way, it's gonna still be difficult for, you know, the people at the top to even truly respect us, or to, you know, see past, you know, us as those people that you know, portray on TV or in movies. So I mean, it's a part of the grand scheme of it. Like, you know, it's a lot of this stuff we need to just, you know, drop the ratings on it so that, you know, they stop, because they want to make money off of us. And if we allow ourselves to be in those roles, you know, because I mean, it's people
But we
that look
don't.
like
We're
us,
not.
that it's
But we're
people
not
that's
in the
like,
power positions. We're not in the writing
well,
position. And
no,
but
no, they are, no. A lot of
but
them, a lot of the writers are black people. You know what I'm saying? A lot of the writers are, but you know, they're writing that because they feel like that's what they're gonna green light and put money behind.
right.
But
I
at the
think
same
that.
time, it's gonna take some time of us, you know, doing just like the Asians did, you know, when they were looking like the softest people, you know, in movies at one time, until they start making their own, and you see them whooping some ass in some karate, kung fu. You know what I'm saying? They built up an image for themselves because, you know, these days you think of an Asian, you like, damn, well, I wonder what kind of shit he know. You know what I'm saying? Like, and it might be the smallest little dude. You know what I'm saying? So I mean, we got to kind of, you know, take that back. You know, even if we fall out of, you know, like Hollywood is falling anyway.
And
You
I
know what I'm
think it would
saying?
be cool. I I've I think it would be cool to have a black karate movie like in the hood, you know. I think that would be cool. How come we can't see movies like that, you know?
Yeah, I mean, but like, I mean, if you really know the history of kung fu, karate, like to be a samurai or any of that, you had to be black or at least have some black blood, that ancient blood in order to be recognized as a real samurai. You know what I'm saying? So we got a lot of history that we could bring up. And I mean, the history that there is for us, they're putting other people that look different from us in those spaces. So, you know what I'm saying? They're still doing those movies, but they've just replaced it with, you know, people that doesn't look like us. So, so what we got else? What else we got on the bill tonight?
Yeah, let's go ahead and do the last couple of things so we can, because I am getting tired. I got a couple more things. Let's do this one right here. It's homeless in Texas.
Well, cities across the country are struggling with homelessness. Austin, Texas is among them. 2 years ago, it decriminalized activities related to homelessness. Then this year, citizens voted to reverse that. The Texas legislature also banned public camping statewide. Stephanie Sy reports.
Until very recently, this spot under a North Austin bridge was home for Freddie Williams.
This is where you were living? This is it?
This is it.
For 2 years, the 47-year-old camped here until getting in a fight with another camper that escalated. He says he left to avoid arrest.
So this is just kind of what was left, and then people kind of rummaging through to see what they could find of value.
Yeah.
A former oil worker, Williams says he once had a job, a home, and a family. But his divorce led to drinking, which led to losing his job. He committed forgery, which landed him in prison. Since getting out, he says he's struggled to find work and housing and continues to struggle with drug abuse.
I felt like I had it all figured out, had everything together, man, and then, you get that monkey wrench thrown in there, man, and you figure out that you really don't know what's going on and try to plan stuff, man, and plans never work out.
What would it look like for you to have a second chance? Would that be housing? Would that be a job? What do you need?
Both. A house and a job.
One of the country's fastest growing big cities, Austin is also one of its least affordable, with a median home price that recently hit almost $575,000. As the city has grown into a tech and culture hub, the problem of how to help the more than 2,000 unsheltered people here has divided Austin.
The most important thing in getting people shelter or house is having shelter or housing available.
Diana Gray oversees the city's efforts to address homelessness. She asked to speak remotely amidst a surge in COVID cases.
The thing that is most correlated with increase in homelessness is an increase in housing prices. And so while lack of affordability isn't the sole cause of homelessness, it is what we see drive increases over time.
You had also an amendment to 184?
2 years ago, Austin's liberal-leaning city council effectively made it legal to camp and sleep in some public places and panhandle. It was part of an effort to stop the revolving door from the jails to the streets and to better help unsheltered residents connect with services. That move, along with COVID-19, which reduced capacity at shelters, made the city's homeless population visible to all. Many Austinites recoiled.
Well, the city of Austin will reinstate its homeless camping ban.
Over the weekend, voters passed Proposition B. In May, voters by a wide margin approved a measure which prohibits unsheltered people from sleeping in public, something advocates say they can't help but do. Now, Austin police can issue citations with fines as high as $500 for sleeping on the streets or even lying on a park bench. If violators fail to move or show up in court, they could be arrested.
What we've seen has caused trauma and has caused all sorts of unwarranted and unwanted chaos on our streets and in our city.
Amanda Rios supported Prop B. She and her husband have lived in their home in Northeast Austin for around 14 years. Because of their proximity to the highway, there have always been some homeless people nearby. But after the city stopped enforcing ordinances against public camping, she says things got much worse.
I go to the library and I see trash. I can't go to the park because there's homeless tents, there's drug needles, there's drug deals going down in the middle of the day. In front of our home, we heard and saw a woman being sex trafficked, and we saw the men going in and out of her tent. And we saw her and we heard her cries. And my children's window is close to the street and they heard her.
There are laws against drug and sex trafficking, and the enforcement has no direct connection to Prop B. But Rios says criminals exploit the homeless and hide among them.
I know people who were in drug trafficking, they were arrested, and it started an avenue for them to get help. And so they went to jail, and because of jail, they were able to change their life around.
At Amanda's home, we met Cleo Patricic, who last year co-founded Save Austin Now, a bipartisan political action committee that got Prop B on the ballot and is now suing the city to enforce it. She's a Democrat and former probation officer and says low-income communities like this one face far greater impacts from allowing homeless people to set up camp. We spoke to her in a park where an encampment had cropped up. She says the homeless themselves shouldn't have to live like this.
I felt like no one was being served by the inhumanity of the conditions that they're in. This is not California, this is Texas. We have high heat and we have frozen winters. We have had homeless individuals freeze to death, and we've also had homeless die from the heat.
She believes Prop B is about getting homeless people the help they need, even if it means possible arrest.
I'm a former probation officer. I do not believe we should be building more prisons or imprison people who have mental health and drug issues. They should be in mandatory health or drug treatment. Absolutely. The problem is if you don't have that component, the compulsory element of forcing them into that, who will receive that service?
A lot of people continue to have misconceptions about what Prop B was and what it's going to do, but there's no money or help associated with it. It's purely to criminalize people for unavoidable acts associated with extreme poverty.
Chris Harris works on the Criminal Justice Project at Texas Appleseed, an Austin-based nonprofit that focuses on issues of social, economic, and racial equity. In 2019, he pushed for decriminalization, citing a city auditor's report that said 18,000 citations were issued from 2014 to 2016 for activities related to homelessness. 90% of violators failed to show up in court, and of those, 72% were issued warrants for arrest.
While you have a warrant, you can't get an ID. And guess what you can't get when you don't have an ID? Anything. You can't get a job, you can't get housing, even some services are cut off from you. So it actually made the problem worse for a lot of folks.
He also says allowing camping on the streets led to an outpouring of resources to address the problem.
We understand now the full extent of the homelessness crisis that we face, and it's driven volunteers, donations, city investments, private investments into housing, into services in an unprecedented fashion.
Earlier this year, the city unveiled a plan to use $106 million in federal funds to dramatically increase rental assistance, build more long-term housing, and open new temporary housing shelters. But there is still more need than housing supply.
We're out of the heat, we have a roof over our head.
Adam Cartwright and Marcy Collard were each homeless for 5 years, most recently in downtown Austin.
We had so many people throw glass bottles from their cars at our tents and said, y'all white trash, y'all need to get a job, y'all need to get housing, y'all don't need to be out on the streets.
Or some would yell out, go home. It's like, this is technically our home.
Then, earlier this month, their camp was cleared and they were offered a room in this converted hotel, as well as case managers to help them find permanent housing and deal with any other issues like mental health or addiction. Diana Gray, the city homeless strategist, says around 90% of those who've been offered housing under the city's new efforts have accepted it. But there simply isn't enough for everyone who needs it.
This is the answer. Yes.
Without an offer of housing, Freddie Williams is now planning to camp in these poison oak-infested woods to avoid a run-in with police.
the people that had voted to put this Proposition B into place, they were just tired of seeing us. That's all that mattered to. They didn't care about us being homeless, where we was at, and they just didn't want to see us.
Are there a lot of people like you that are going to be trying to hide in the woods?
The majority of the people that was under that bridge over there where I was at, they're scattering right now.
Hiding out of sight, and advocates for the homeless worry out of mind. For the PBS NewsHour, I'm Stephanie Sy in Austin, Texas.
What do you think about all that, man?
Man, I didn't realize it was that bad around here. But I mean, I'm hardly ever, home. I mean, I'm on a suburb of Austin, but man, it's I didn't realize, and then they're making laws that's because I see them from place to place, all over the country, but I guess where I see where it really is, it could be effective is that because I'm looking to buy a place, at the beginning of the year. What I'm saying, I'm kind of looking at different properties and stuff like that. And man, for what I know, I could get maybe even in Houston, but I know in Louisiana, places that you might pay $250 for is easily $350, going into $400,000. And
Well, I'm
these
gonna
are
tell
just
you, I know a little bit about the housing market right now, and the prices are it's not a buyer's market right now, because what's happening is these BlackRock, these big organizations, these big hedge funds, they're offering cash. Anyone who's selling the house, like let's say your house is going for $250. So right, the house is selling for $250. A regular person is gonna go to buy that house for $250. They got to get a loan and get approved for the loan and go through the process of buying the house to get a mortgage and buy it for
and they're
$250.
making cash purchases.
So those other ones, instead of they have the cash. Not only do they have the cash, they'll pay $260 or $270 or $275 for that property, because they're looking at the money over the long term. They're gonna make it into a rental house or whatever they're gonna do. They're making this money over time. They know they're gonna make their money back. They don't mind paying an extra $20, $30, $40, $50,000 over asking price. It's nothing to them because they have the capital for it.
My
So
sister
that's driving the prices up. Because if you're a seller and if somebody coming with a freaking 300, your house is selling for $250, somebody offering you cash $260, you taking that
quick. I mean that's just plain math. I mean that's a no-brainer for most people. You don't have to wait and see, if
cash,
somebody qualified. Yeah,
literally cash.
that deal could happen this week. You know what I'm saying? So
They transferring the money into your account. Bow. the deal is done.
Yep. And like I said, my sister, she's a real estate agent here in Texas, and she's telling me how, she has somebody set up on a deal and this, that, and the other, and that she's getting stuff, worked out, trying to get paperwork done. The house ended up being sold 2 days later, because the process, I guess the average
It takes a
process,
while.
it takes a while.
But if you're
Yeah.
paying cash, bing, bing, bing.
Yep.
Yeah. So that's what's happening in the market right now. So it's really scary. That's what you're competing with when you're buying a house right now. It's really ugly. They want everybody to be renters. That's what they're doing.
Well, and that's exactly, and that's a part of the plan as well, to to be able to have that control over people, whenever they want prices to raise on certain things, all they got to do is raise it. They don't.
They want you to
It's
own nothing and love it. And then it's about control, and it's also related to the homeless thing, because like I say, There's no reason in a city like Houston, all the money we have, there's no reason there should be anybody out there homeless. The homeless is out there to remind the rest of us that could be you. You don't
Yeah.
act right. You don't pay your taxes. You don't, you keep running on that hamster wheel. You stay at your job. You pay your car note. You don't get in trouble. So your ass don't end up out there.
Well, look, I'm gonna tell the people that if they're not careful, I mean, they keep supporting the people like the ones that's in right now. It's gonna lead you to that. You know what I'm saying? If you don't have some family that's willing, that's gonna leave you a home, or you just already in a place that you own and you ready to hand it down to your kids, you really need to consider what kind of position you're gonna leave the next generation in by supporting this kind of idea that because I know I've been hearing what was Vlad, he's been promoting for the last few years. Oh no, man, own for what? It's a liability, man. It's this and it's that and whatever. Like, man, look, that's you better try to own
He's
some
not for the
shit.
people. Vlad is definitely not for the people.
Yeah, you better try to own some shit and pass it down like the rest of the world is doing for their family. Like, and teach them how to at least try to be in that part of where they can at least rent some stuff out. You know what I'm saying? They buy their own, and you leave them something. All right, well, shoot, they can rent one of them or have whatever's left. But if you go with that whole idea of not owning, you know, trying to be a part of the crew, or like, going along with these trends, and that's the
Because
crazy thing. If you following trends,
and that's what it is.
you're lost. You're more lost than you even can see,
And the
and you
propaganda,
don't.
it's got
And you
everybody. And they want that new car, they want the new Bentley, or they want the new Benz or whatever. So they all
Yeah.
paying a car note. Ain't none of them buying that damn Benz cash. And anyways, if you did go buy a Benz cash, you probably just lost money.
Well, I think it depends. Some cars, it just really kind of depends on what they are. I mean, I don't buy brand new cars ever. You know what I'm saying? I'll get something 2, 3 years old, maybe. I mean, right now I got a 15, 16-year-old car. I'm only at home, every so often, and plus, if I need a newer car, my my best friend lets me use her car. How if that's the case needed,
I stopped
but
doing car notes. I stopped doing car notes years ago.
yeah, I
It's
don't
like what
necessarily have.
Jay-Z said, if you can't afford to buy it, if you can't afford to buy it outright, you can't afford it. So,
Well,
the
that's
money
one
you
way to
have
look
to
at.
buy you a car that you can afford.
Yeah. Now,
You don't need
like I
that
said,
new brand new.
I'm not totally against the monthly payments. My biggest issue is with you know going way above. Like, look at what you need. Like, I want a pickup truck. I don't need it to be brand new. I don't even want it to be brand new, because I mean, I used to be in sales. I know, what kind of losses you take in the first year or two. And once you purchase, well, once if you get something 2 or 3 years old, shoot, you're gonna get more of the actual, pay the actual value of what that vehicle is. And whether you buy cash or hopefully you got some decent credit
And
where you're
and
not
in
paying
2 years,
outrageous interest.
and in 2, 3 years, they haven't came out with no new accessories that's gonna be better than that car or whatever. It's gonna be just as good as whatever the newest car is.
Who cares, even if they do? Like, I mean, honestly, look, I grew up in a family where, shoot, I know, like, my dad maybe about 3 or 4 years ago bought him a new truck, but the last truck he bought before that was 20 something years ago. It was a 92 freaking was a Sierra, that he had. Uh, then no, yeah, he bought no that no he bought a 2000. It was a 2002 Ford truck that he had got, but he just bought another one like 2 or 3 years ago, and like we keep the shit, just take care of it. You know what I'm saying? Like, shoot,
And that's the message I send out to black folks. Well, everybody, but own something. Own something.
own what you can handle. You know what I'm saying? I would definitely say a home. Get you a vehicle. Don't be worrying about no damn Lexus or Mercedes and all this and that. You know, you trying to show off for people that don't even like you. You know what I'm saying?
And if you can buy some land, or if you can buy, y'all know you can just buy existing businesses. Don't think you
Yeah,
can't do that. You can just buy an exist. You don't have to build a business. You can buy one.
yeah. Shoot, car washes. I mean, just kind of like startup stuff. Buying a car wash, buying a laundromat. Somebody already like they already can tell you what kind of money it makes. You know what I'm saying? You after 2 or 3 years, you in clear money in most cases.
And you can get loans for those, to buy those businesses, or to buy the land or whatever. You just got to have all your ducks in a row.
Hmm. Pay somebody to put a business plan together for you. Might cost a couple $100, but I mean, in the long run, you have everything set up. It's easier than what you think. I mean, you just have to be focused on it. That's one of the things that people don't realize. They think about, oh, well, what about this and what about that? Call somebody, talk to somebody. Like a lot of these people be happy to help you get your shit together. Shit, they might even say, should I go in with you? You gonna manage it? You know what I'm saying? Like,
And you want to call people that's actually doing the shit. Call people that's like has a small business, someone who's, that's actually doing it, not somebody talking some shit. No, someone is
oh,
actually doing it.
yeah,
Call them. And you can call their business line, because most people who have businesses, they have a business line that's open all the time. And they, like he said, they'll be happy to get at least a few minutes. And a few minutes with a person like that is some valuable. If you ask the right questions, that shit is valuable as fuck.
yeah. Master P said the best 25,000 he ever spent was to talk with Michael Jackson's lawyer, and how he ended up getting set up on that deal, the 85-15 deal he did with Priority. So, you know, that was like one of the first time. Well, I think that was the first time that kind of deal was made on an independent level. You know what I'm saying? So you just kind of put together your resources.
Master
I
P
mean,
is a pioneer in a lot. Master P is a pioneer in a lot of ways, man. That dude, big up to that guy. Give him his flowers right now.
what Infinite? She from NYC. Is
Um,
that happening in New York? She said there's a lot of people selling their businesses. Is that more so in New York, or are you thinking across the country?
the comments come in kind of slow.
Yeah, because there's a lot of regulations that's being set up too. I mean, you got to think about too what just happened in the last year or so. How with these new regulations built upon our new norm, they you know shoot put a lot of people out of business. The ones who made it through, don't know. I mean, I know I'm in a business that's it's gonna be tough to let go, because yeah, who want it next? Nah, but yeah, but however, there's a lot of stuff that's happening right now. We don't know what to really expect, because they are really, you know, the system is set up for the big guys, and trying to make the smaller guys fall. Like, if they could, you know, like people, that's making, like got their own business making 3, 4, $500,000 a year, which is roughly the middle class. They're trying to shrink the middle class. They're trying to make more people, you know, I guess more on the lower class, meeting more of the poverty level than so that the middle class is what they're trying to get rid of. And like I said, you gotta, not to say that you should give up because really, it's a position where if everybody's not giving up all of their freedoms, because it's most of the people who has always had the mindset of, they, you know, want to work for somebody or whatever that is quick to give up their freedoms, but those who knows what it feels like to go out and bust your ass to put together some shit from scratch are the ones that's saying, no, fuck this, like this is, what I'm saying, like they're more in touch with the you know the laws and what allowed them the freedoms that they have to live the way they do. And of course they have a little more to lose than somebody who you know can go clock in every day. You know what I'm saying? So um we need to try to keep those small businesses in. We really, like, if we were smart, if we really exercise our true selves, where we can make the smaller businesses the ones that's more powerful, and we utilize those smaller businesses, we support those smaller businesses, and not just say just black businesses for us black people, like support small business, like I seen what some small businesses really can do, because my hometown, they tried to bring a Walmart in there. They wasn't having it. They knew what was going to happen to that grocery store that everybody's been going to since, like my grandmother. My grandmother used to shop at that store. You know what I'm saying? So everybody's not willing to just just because these people got a bunch of money and they can offer you this, that, or whatever. There's more to it that the average person is not seeing.
And I and
So
I gotta reiterate everything that you said, because it's so important. Everything is economic, and they try to make it all racial, but it's economics. It's all economics. Just forget about the racial shit and go look at the numbers. And yes, if people would just stop shopping at Walmart and shop at their local whatever, then these big ass corporations wouldn't have all the power that they have, you know? And damn, you said something else. Freaking man, all that you said is right on point, man. It's all economic, and we have to support small businesses, not just the black businesses. When you get something to eat, the little food eatery places, the small restaurants,
and
you
it's
know.
probably going to be healthier food. You know what I'm
Yeah,
saying? This is people that's going in and actually
yeah.
cooking
We
this
both in
food.
Houston.
Well,
Well,
yeah, yeah.
where you at right now, Pat?
I'm still attached to Houston to an extent, but I'm close to Austin. I'm just gonna say that I'm closer to Austin. Yeah.
Yeah, so that's what it is. Economics, economics, economics. And that's why they want to tell us not to own nothing, because they want to be able to have control over you. And then, like, if you don't own nothing, then they could just take your job away from you. And guess what? You're going to be out there on the corner homeless, like I said. And that's the damn power that they have over you. The economics is the power that they have over you. Because I be saying, everybody be talking about the government, the government, the government, government, government. Man, no. These
The
private
people.
companies are the ones that have power over your life. The job that you have, they got power over your life. They're the ones who decide what bills you can pay, where you can live, where you going to take your kids to school, what days you have off.
And some people might try to fight with me on this, but I mean, because the government knows that, based on the Constitution, they can't really mandate the way that they want to, but they have the influence with these because and really, a lot of these private companies are the ones that's really having the power to move the government the way they do. So I mean, a lot of the mandates are gonna come from, these private businesses. They're the ones that they can make their own policies that you will have to uphold because if you want to be a part of their business. So, you know, you got to really pay attention to how this thing is being played out because, you know, whatever the government is saying they need to get done, they can't do it based on a law. They tell, you know, these big companies that they, you know, sharing money back and forth with that, okay, well, if we want this to happen, this is how it needs to happen. You know, I actually had an argument with a friend of mine. He lives in Houston, and he's like, "No, they ain't doing that." Like, dude, I mean, you need to get you a better grade of glasses because you ain't seeing it the way it really is. You know what I'm saying? These people are, you know, using their sources and resources the best way they can to get to their goal.
And that's capitalism, and that's what people don't understand. It's all about capital. Whoever has the most money, it's monopoly. That's why they give us that game Monopoly. Because, right? Who wins the game? Who wins the game in Monopoly?
The bank.
Well, yeah, that's true too. But I mean, besides the bank, well, you become the damn bank, right? You become the bank, the winner of the game.
Well, yeah, a lot of times, you know, I mean, one of the players is, you know, serving as the bank, but, you know, still in all, I mean, the way the structure works, it comes back to the bank, and that's a private entity in this system.
Yeah, but what I mean is the person ends up buying everything. He ends up owning the whole board. That's the one who wins. You know.
Yeah.
So, and that's super simple. That's very, very simple. And it's capital, right? Because you win because you have the most money. You're able to buy the people out and then charge them rent on every time they land on your property.
Yeah.
It's super simple.
It's really
you don't
simple.
own shit. And you every time you land, like when you play Monopoly, right? Once them people own all these properties, every time you roll the dice, you move and you land somewhere, you got to pay. So every time you move, you land somewhere, you got to pay until you don't have no money. Now you out of the game.
Yeah, and I mean,
You're
and
homeless.
then you start trading off yourself or whatever you know what I'm saying, whatever you can, you know, like you about to lose one of your properties because you don't have the cash flow or you know whatever. Like I mean, if you really look at it, you still trading off to try to stay in the game longer.
And then the bank is still winning.
Yeah.
I got one more video before we wrap it. It's not that long, I don't think. El Salvador. Check it out.
It was the first day in the first country in the world to adopt Bitcoin as legal tender. But as El Salvador rolled the cryptocurrency out, things didn't go quite as planned. Technical glitches hit as people tried to download digital wallets together with the $30 worth of Bitcoins the government had promised would be in them. President Nayib Bukele himself went on Twitter to give customer service. This is very much his brainchild. Hugo and his cousin Glenda were among the few we saw successfully get their funds. What were they going to do now, I asked him. Right now we're going to spend them. We're going to get something to eat, he said. Businesses and people in the small Central American country won't now be forced to use Bitcoin. The current currency, the US dollar, will still be around. But there is excitement, especially in the cryptocurrency world, about what this may mean.
This is what President Bukele wants the eyes of the world to be on, El Salvador's technological jump forward. He's even called it chivo, which is slang here for cool. But some people are asking, why are we sinking a lot of money into this? One of the poorest countries in the America, and we've got so many more fundamental problems to address.
Some of those people gathered for an anti-Bitcoin march, winding its way through the city centre.
They're going to spend $200 million on this? All right, so have you sorted out the rest of our problems? Have you sorted out education or healthcare? Well, there's a lot more problems to solve after that, before you come and impose a law that Salvadorans don't agree with.
3 recent polls show the majority of people didn't want Bitcoin. And there are real worries given its volatility. Wild fluctuations can put daily transactions and people's saving at risk in a country where many already live on a knife edge. The plan also relies on the government covering the cost of converting Bitcoin into dollars. At the end, the taxpayer picks up that bill.
In the long term, is this actually a benefit for El Salvador?
It could be. It could be very beneficial. It could connect El Salvador better to the rest of the world. It could cut down remittance fees, at least for regular people. It could help them save money. So far, a lot of Salvadorans didn't even have a bank account, didn't have a credit card. Now, for the first time, they can make electronic payments, keep some Bitcoin in saving, perhaps.
Or go get food, like Glenda and Hugo on their hunt to use their Bitcoins. Except the 4 restaurants they tried wouldn't take them.
And how are you feeling right now about that?
Yes, we came to pay with Bitcoins. We're disappointed, she says. Her first experience with cryptocurrency hasn't been great. Hopefully El Salvador's will improve with time. John Holman, San Salvador.
What do you think about that? We talked about it before. I'm scared as hell of Bitcoin. I'm scared as hell of it. And you say you like it, but you saw that story. What'd you think about all that?
Well, I'm not afraid of it. With everything there comes its risk. And because there's some ups and there's some downs, because the main thing that I guess of my concern for Bitcoin is that when it comes down to any kind of electrical glitch, or because the blockchain is has been proven to be reliable up to now, but at the same time I still believe that it should be an option instead of just a total way to, because if you really think about it, denationalized money or currency will actually keep you from being taxed by the government. So that allows for more money in your pocket, but at the same time, it's all electronic. So if we have a big surge that knocks out all of the computers and everything, all the memory that's on that blockchain, shoot, it's it.
Well, you can't. That ain't gonna happen because of the way the blockchain is set up. It's decentralized for that reason. That can't happen. It's impossible to happen. It's too many servers.
If we don't have
holding the
power,
information.
if we don't have power for however long, that's the part that's the
Yeah.
aspect I'm looking at it
Like
from.
if the lights don't never come back on,
It's all digital, so
and it would have, if the lights don't never come back on, you can't use it without no electricity. Yeah. So she said she never got into crypto and she don't know anything about it. Can you tell her a little bit about cryptocurrency and Bitcoin specifically? Like kind of overall explanation.
Well, of course, there's many different types of crypto currencies. There's some that are pretty trustworthy, some that are not trustworthy at all. Hate to really bring up any names, but however, since we're mainly talking about Bitcoin, it has actually become an asset class of currency, something that you can sit there and it grows, and to where it you can still you can also use it on purchases, or um, like I said, you can just have it as an asset. I think especially Bitcoins, like some of the top, I'm gonna say 5, because the top 5 of the private class, there's gonna be crypto coming from different countries. U.S. is propping themselves up to have their own crypto, but of course it'll be centralized. So you got to really think about with Bitcoin, the way it's set up. If you never have to convert it into dollars, you never have to pay tax on it, because the reason why you're paying tax on those dollars is because of your use of it. So if you're able to, if you have accessibility to make these purchases without having to transfer it from one to the other, you don't have to really take any losses. But, like I was expressing earlier, like my only concern is, the one of those things that you just never know. If it's only that, and like I said, this is my opinion, my just the way I'm seeing it. I don't have an answer for it one way or the other. But like I said, the one thing that I would be concerned about is, okay, we have, I'm from the South, Louisiana just got hit. Um, you know, Texas gets hit from time to time. We had a snowstorm
The
this
ice.
past year that had us on rolling. At least where I was living, they had the rolling electricity. Every few hours it'll go off and come back on or whatever. So, if we experience some times like this, like that, will that Bitcoin or those your electronic wallets be usable? I like
And then
cash.
in an emergency, that's when the time you need it probably the most.
Exactly. So that's that, and that's my main point. I mean, it I guess propels us further into the future world, the future way of using currency. But there's some things that I think shouldn't have. We should always have some form of backup. So I mean, if you go just only to that one currency, I think it'll limit us.
Yeah,
So.
but in El Salvador, they said they still had cash. They still use the dollar over there.
Well, they
Um,
don't have enough people that's accepting it. But I could tell you, like with Bitcoin, I mean, Visa, I think it was Visa, Visa or Mastercard. I think it was Visa that actually has started accepting it as a direct payment, and I think they even like if you have a Bitcoin card where you've been, going to the like using it as a bank itself, it's It's a, it's a blackout. Yeah, I'm not sure what you mean by that. Yeah. Oh, I thought you said is a blackout. Yeah, in a blackout. Yeah. I mean, that's where my biggest concern would be, is yeah, we always want to be ready so you don't have to get ready, but if you got to make some moves, you got to do something. I mean, how you gonna get fuel on your drive? How you gonna get food? How you gonna get any of the things you need if you need to get on the move? Because hopefully you got your house stacked up with stuff in those, in case of those type of emergencies. But
and you can't convert your Bitcoin to cash at that point.
you can't make any kind of movement with it at that time. So that's you know and I mean, I don't think it's a big enough reason to leave it alone totally, because it
But that
has,
that
I
one of the
think it
things
has a.
though, I don't trust it because of like what you were saying before about the banks running everything, and it's like the money, all the transactions, millions of transactions happening all at the same time. Money
Mhm.
moving from here to here, back and forth, back and forth. So the money is in the air, like it's in between transactions, like it's neither here nor there. Does it even damn exist? Is there
No, it's existing in different in the multiverse. It exists on different planes. You know what I'm saying? Like
That's what
it's.
that's what I don't like. That's scary to me.
Nah, I mean, I mean, I get. I mean, I can understand how you could feel that way. I mean, I end up in this, with uh, kind of a, entrepreneurial spirit. Investing, willing to gamble. Seeing where there are some benefits to it, but also understanding the risk. And that, I mean, that's the only way
So
that you
that's what
can.
people need to understand, that it is a gamble. It's kind of like the stock market, right? But like I say, man, that's a fugazi, like that movie uh with Leonardo DiCaprio,
But I mean, you say it's like,
Wolf of Wall Street.
yeah, I mean, you're saying it's like the stock market, but even the stock market has, certain things that you can rely on. You know what I'm saying? I mean, it's something that is definitely, regardless, all around the world, the market is open. People are buying and selling every day. So
I,
there's a
I feel
certain
like if
level of
you
it.
I've been dabbling in it, and I got some apps on my phone, but I feel like if you are active in that, then you are a part of the machine, a part of the matrix, a part of the what's oppressing everybody, because that capital, that's what they use. The BlackRock people, the hedge funds, they're using all of these investments that these people put in, you
Well,
know,
well,
and
I
that's what
mean,
they use to buy the house that you're trying to buy.
but when you look at it like that, I mean, I guess you could say it's like a sub matrix, but it's one that is created outside of the normal matrix. You know what I'm saying? Like, this is something that somebody who's like, sick of the regular paradigm, and setting up something new or different that we can exist in outside of this other matrix. You know what I'm saying? Which, for some people are worried about, the crime that can happen with it, because, you can't necessarily chase the money down, or, like one guy was talking about how he would, of course he was doing pretty well, but, he had a judgment for $1 million. His bank account got, hit for 2.3 when he only owed 1 million, but he's got Bitcoin. So I mean, he would have been down to a few thousand, or maybe 100,000
And I
or
know I
whatever.
know a lot of those people who got on Bitcoin earlier, rich as hell if they cash out. But again, it's like I
It
say,
don't
if your money is in there,
it
then
don't
it's
make
not
sense to
even
cash.
real, and it don't even really exist. And they're also using that money to buy the house that you want to buy,
But I
or
mean,
business you want to
we can
buy.
we can say that about the dollar. I mean, just because you can touch it doesn't make it any more real or not real. It's not backed by anything other than our energy, that and our trust and belief in it. That's the only thing that makes it valuable. We've had that discussion before as well, because I mean, it takes the same printer to press up $1 that it does to print up $1,000 bill. You know what I'm saying? It's the same. It's the same cost, but just based on the value and what they say, it's worth is what we run on. So that's the same idea that they did to get started with this whole Bitcoin and the other cryptocurrencies. What she said, I missed that. That sometimes you pay for something. Take the what? Sometimes they take it not right away. Well, yeah, I mean, and that's the whole debit credit idea was an expanded version of, what we were doing, with hand-to-hand transactions. I mean, hey, look, I got such and such right now. Um, and to say it costs more than what you can afford right now, the whole credit system, I mean, it's been all of these things, all these factors have existed forever. This is the same idea. Like, this is really like it's nothing new about it. It's just a different form that's not controlled by the people that we are trying to get out of our life so much. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's really the best way to look at it, is that, there's really nothing new about it. It's the same premise as the money that we've been using before. It's just that it's more on electronic format. It didn't start out with us carrying big bags of gold and then getting folded paper and all these different things that that evolved into what we've been using. I mean, now we're using a credit card, I mean, debit card or whatever to be able to use that same money or that same kind of value system. So, um, you know,
I heard there was a story where this guy who bought Bitcoin early, and it blew up, and then he somehow he's locked out of his account and he can't get to it.
oh really?
Yeah, like
Yeah,
he
he
can't
forgot
remember
his
his.
password. He
Yeah, he can't
forgot his
remember his
password.
password.
Yeah, that's ugly. I hope it wasn't much. Or he
It's
gets
a
his.
lot. It's a lot. He's rich as fuck, but this nigga broke, like homeless, and he can't touch the money because he can't remember his password.
I hope he has that epiphany soon enough. You know what I'm saying? Because I mean that's ugly. You homeless now. I mean, you got the money. Like that's the biggest kick in your own ass. Well, there's a reason for that. I'm not gonna speak on that because I don't want to mess up my brother's.
Neoliberalism, the new world order,
Yeah.
and I say the new normal. One world government. Yeah, I'm getting tired. That was my last subject of the night right there. Um, thank y'all for joining, everybody who's been here. It's been people watching the whole time, bro, and it's been a lot of comments. Thank y'all for coming. Thank y'all for being with us.
Cool deal. Yeah.
Thank y'all for enjoying the channel. You
Yeah.
have anything you
What
want to
he
say, Pat?
what he said. Wait a minute. Hold on. What he said.
What you wanna you have any final thoughts for the people, or like a message for anybody or whatever?
I mean, for those that are new, I'm very big on my people and giving, a way out. We need to live outside of that black paradigm. There's much more to us than being considered black. You might want to get a law dictionary and understand what some of these terms we use, loosely, and what they really stand for, in law, and find a way to correct it. There's a lot of history that shows that, we asked for this treatment, and we just need to understand better for ourselves, and uh, let's do something about it. That way we can actually see something. This government, owes the natural people something, but not necessarily the fictitious constructed people. So
Straw man.
yeah.
Yeah, and I just say, everybody, let's work as a community and share information, share resources, and also be proactive and try to go out there and build community, build institution, build programs that's going to help our people, because we have to help each other. That's the only way we're going to help. That's the only way we're going to get out of this. And that's the point of me doing all these shows. And I get tired and I be doing this all the time, but I really expect this to grow and people to come together and share ideas and really start actually building community programs out there to help people. So that's why I'm talking about Haiti, and I talk about the homeless, and healthcare. I talk
Yeah.
about politics all the time. It's so everybody can hopefully know more information. They can get more involved. Get out there. Be angry. This is my message. My message is you're not powerless. They want you to think that you are powerless, but you are not. You have great power and you can make a difference in the world. But they making you think that you can. If we work together, we can actually really make a difference out there.
When we all as a whole can realize that they are nothing without us, you think that, because of the power we have given them, now we have forgot what the real power is. You know, you can have a remote control car, but it's not going nowhere without the battery. So, you know, when
We the battery.
with a battery, and you know, most of our ignorance is what keeps us going around on that hamster wheel that's taking us to the same place. So we just need, yeah,
Learn some stuff.
yeah.
All right, man. Thanks for your time, your thoughts, your opinions. You know, like I always say, your mental, bro. You totally part of the show, bro. Like you, but I don't know if I got a show without you, bro. I don't know what I do.
We ain't gonna say all that now, you know. But you know, I'm glad to be a part of the show. You know, we're gonna keep trying to build and you know work our agenda on just waking people up, getting them to realize, you know, what we can actually do to make things different for ourselves. You know, so you know,
All right.
Wednesday, I see you guys. Y'all tune in and look for us. You know, as far as timing goes, it might be a little earlier, maybe a little later, but we will come on Wednesday night somewhere around 9:30, 10
11-ish.
o'clock. Well, okay. He's the producer, so I mean,
About 11-ish is like where I shoot for. I shoot for right around 11. Wednesday
yeah.
and Thursday night I shoot for 11, and Friday and Saturday it's always late, like
And
12:45.
that is Central Time, so y'all adjust that based on where y'all living.
All right,
So
man.
y'all have a
Peace,
good night. Y'all enjoy y'all weekend.
peace and love.
Peace.